Welcome back, everyone. I am so glad that you are here to join us, WGL Season 3 for the Gold Series. My name is Susie Kim. This is Wolf Schroeder, and hopefully you guys had a good Christmas. I know you joined us for Christmas Eve broadcast, and here we are again after a weekend. And how was your weekend?
It was a pretty good weekend overall, Susie, but I missed my tank, so I'm glad we're back here for some more action here at the Gold Series.
Yes. Okay, so let's just get right into it. Here is the overview of the tournament. Just in case you guys didn't know, today is the 10th day of Season 2, and we started on November 26th. We're going to go all the way to February 4th. That's going to be the playoffs, basically, for the last four standings. And, you know, tournament structure, best of 9. We have 4 maps. Tiebreaker map will be a separate game for best of 9 and 8 double round robins. Have we gone through all of the games
I think
yet?
we have just finished the first. I think maybe today, it's either we just finished it last week or today's the first, or the last one before we go into the second round robin. So we're nearly done with that first one. The rules are mostly the same from last season, except we have moved both the battle time and the tank tier limit up to 10. Still going to be a 7v7. The tier limit is 68. We have a few new maps, Prokhorovka, Cliff, Murovanka. So we got rid of a few maps. Unfortunately, Lakeville no longer with us. And the point system is the same. 3 points for a win, 0 points for a loss, and 2 if you win in the tiebreaker, 1 if you lose in the tiebreaker.
Right. And so far, so good. I mean, we've been discussing about how this different tier and format has changed this season. And in the beginning, we were kind of skeptical, but you know, I've been seeing some much more interesting games, I think. Yeah,
a lot of interesting games, a lot of really interesting strategies. It's very almost like Wild West right now when it comes to strategies. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing. Some maps have gotten really standard compositions, but once we found the standard compositions, teams have like broken that. They're doing their own thing. They're building their own set of 7 tanks, doing different sort of like pushes and even ambushes, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So let me go ahead and introduce to you the teams. Here are the teams that are representing the Gold Series here for Season 2. We have EL Gaming, who obviously did amazingly last season, Horsemen, Super Noobs, Immortals. Then we have the Karen Tigers, PvP Super Friends, Team Efficiency, and B Gaming. And now Super Noobs and the Super Friends, the 2 super teams, they're the ones who have joined us in Season 2 who weren't previously in Season 1.
Yep, that's right. They replaced TCSG and Run. And so far, they've made great progress. Super Noobs especially looking really strong currently in 2nd place, I believe. So they're way up there, and they will be playing 2 matches tonight as well.
Yep.
So really trying to pull ahead of Karen Tigers now that they just barely got past them.
I'm really surprised by that, too. I mean, Karen Tigers last season, you know, showed us clearly they were the number 2 team. I mean, right behind DL, of course. But, yeah, Super Noobs definitely trying to hold on to that 2nd place position right now. We'll go in to tell you guys who is playing today. So, like we said, Super Noobs, you can see here, they're going to be playing match 2 and 3. In fact, it's a triple doubleheader today. We have Horsemen playing 2 sets, Immortals playing 2 sets, and the Super Noobs as well.
Yep, so all these teams are getting a lot of their matches out of the way tonight. So, I feel like the best match up of the night will be between Super Noobs and Horsemen, match number 2. The first one might end up being the closest one, I feel like, but I mean, Horsemen has really pulled ahead of Immortals overall this season. I mean, they took several maps off of EL, they beat Karen Tigers, and Super Noobs is now like the new number 2 team, and can Horsemen beat them? If they can do that, that's incredible.
That would be incredible. So we're just gonna have to see, can Immortals really pull their weight today? And because like we said, last season, Immortals and Horsemen were pretty neck and neck. They were similar in skill. I would still say give the edge to Horsemen, but Horsemen have proven themselves this season, and we're just going to have to see how they pan out today.
Yeah, it's going to be a great series, you know, just to see them fight again. One of our first series we saw of the tournament last season, and just to see them clash, you know, last season they were so close in skill level, to see kind of updated where we are now is pretty cool.
All right, well, let's introduce to you the Horsemen, since we're going to see them play first. Faluso, Archon, I mean, these are names that we've been constantly seeing, have been doing an amazing job. Spencer, always on that last tank, you know, either the tier 8 or the tier 9, the specialty tank, basically. Gorilla, Colin, and Sidonia, Tommy. We haven't really seen Just Rex in a while.
Yeah, he has been a bit absent, which is sad, but, you know, he's a great player. We do see him fill in every now and then, but This team has changed very slightly since last season, losing Icy Flying Unicorn, who is a great player. And Dark DH Master definitely filling those shoes quite a bit. And we're seeing Sidonia Tommy fielded much more consistently this season than we saw last season, and he's doing a great job.
I have to agree. I'm still sad we haven't seen Meat Bun.
Yeah, wondering about where he is. I don't think he's appeared even one time, so a bit sad about that.
It's quite all right. But the next team we're going to talk to you about is the Immortals. Immortals also showing us great plays. Unreal Rogue, who used to be more of a captain, like a background character. We've been seeing him play a lot. Tom Hager and Rap, two new players who have been pulling their weight quite a lot.
Yeah, you know, they like to stick together as well. They're a great duo on those tier 9s. This team is solid. Definitely has some catching up to do, I feel, in terms of where Horsemen has come from where they were last season. But this is why this match is so important for the Immortals. If they can beat Horsemen, I feel like it'll give them a lot more confidence back. And, I mean, they are a strong team. They're definitely capable of taking this match today. They really need to bring it, though. Yeah,
they sure do. And, you know, knowing that they're playing twice today and they're going to be playing against Horsemen, I'm pretty sure they must have come pretty prepared. After all, you had the entire weekend to practice, unless they were with family or something. I could totally understand that.
Totally possible. Well, our maps for today have been selected. They're going to be Himmels, Mines, Cliff, and then Steps, and then Ghost Town will be our tiebreaker.
Yep, and you know, now that once we've been saying that Cliff has become like that tiebreaker map, it's been Ghost Town.
Yeah, it's been kind of swapped.
I don't know why.
And Steps is sneaking back in a little bit. We're starting to see Steps a little bit more. It's the 4th map of this match today. I think there's a high chance we'll see it though, because these two teams, like I said before, are pretty even in skill. At least they definitely were last season. But yeah, Steps is a map I enjoy a lot. It feels really familiar to me. As well as Himmelsdorf, even though Himmelsdorf has changed a lot, so has Mines. And then Cliff is that really aggressive, super long battle map. So.
I really like that one. I like the big brawls, and I really enjoy having the tanks just like get up close and personal with one another. So yeah, I'm excited. That is map number 3, so most likely we'll be able to see that one too, I hope.
Yeah, definitely. So the first map, like we said, is going to be Himmelsdorf. So it's funny that we end up seeing Himmelsdorf as the first map most of the time when it is in the pool, because it's very much the slow-paced map. It's the one where both teams kind of get to test the water of how the teams are playing today. Are they playing a little bit more standard? Are they playing a little bit more risky? And I feel like it's a really big momentum giver, especially if a team takes the map 2-0, because it's like, whoa, they crushed us there. Like, how can we hope to beat them on a map where things are like a little bit less crazy, or a little bit more crazy rather, and less standard. So I think it's a bit worrying if you lose 0-2 on Himmelsdorf.
On Himmelsdorf, I don't know. I like the fact that they pick it first, because it gives them a chance to feel your opponent, right? You get to feel out how they're going to play, like, and like we said, Himmelsdorf is a very tried and true map. So if you kind of get a feel for how they're going to play on that map, maybe you'd be able to infer on a different map as well. But yeah, this is new. They're actually ready and loaded to get into the next game. So without further ado, game number 1. Welcome to set number 1, everyone. This is Horsemen versus the Immortals, and we are on Himmelsdorf. Horsemen are going to attack first.
Well, looking at these compositions, based on what we see from Horsemen, it looks like they want to really play this one very slowly and defensively. They brought their own 3 E100s, and both teams, are running that comp. And both teams have an IS-7 as well. Now, the 1390 for Spencer here is going to allow him to rush up to the top of the castle and scout really soon. The composition for the Immortals, they have that 215B that kind of sits in the bunker, little peephole near capture point number 2, but otherwise their comp is very, very standard. I feel like Horsemen, if they ran 215Bs with this, it would look like they wanted to be a bit more aggressive, but with this I think they're going to be very, very patient.
Yeah, wow, all these E100s on this map. It's going to be a pretty heavy, slow-paced game, I would assume.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Catan already trying to take a shot over at Colin, who... You know, this is a very standard opening. We've seen tanks like in this position before several times. Colin does take a little bit of a hit. Catan knew he was going to be there right away.
Yeah, and Colin's not too upset about losing a tiny chunk of his hit points there on an IS-7. Now, Gorilla on the tank destroyer up there is obviously going to be looking to take some nice pickoffs so he can find anybody. And now that Colin knows he's there, they're going to avoid that location.
Oh, wow. Rap just took some damage a little bit off the map. But you can see Gorilla from the high ground, he's definitely taking shots, kind of raining fire on tanks from the castle side.
Yeah, I meant to say Catan, not Colin earlier, but yeah. Like Catan knows he's there. They're gonna try to avoid this sort of situation, and it looks like the Horsemen are mostly staying on their side of the map to start things off here, and we'll see if that changes. Well, of course it will eventually change, but like how that changes going forward here, as we do see Gorilla is now even pushing forward. And with E100, sometimes if you have the better accuracy, you can just force your way into that A6 capture point by force. As the Super Noobs do that, we saw even Team Efficiency do that. So high chance we'll see something like that coming up in the next few minutes here.
Okay, well here's Spencer. He's probably just going to go down and scout, see what's over the other side by the A6 capture point, like you said. But he's going to have to be careful because we know, thanks to the mini-map, that most of the members of the Immortals are waiting up there.
Yeah.
Look at them. Look at them all. Unreal Rogue sitting in the capture point. He's just kind of like, come at me, bro.
Yeah. It's interesting that the 215B is watching the Northern Courtyard Road instead of the Conqueror, and the Conqueror is in fact watching this little bunker here. I like to call it a bunker because it's basically a bunker. But, I mean, I guess it does make sense that the 215B does have more firepower. But Spencer is just trying to test the waters here of who is down here.
He definitely wants to take a look. There's a little peep, except he's not going to be able to see Unreal Rogue. Unreal Rogue is pretty well hidden behind this building by the clock.
Yeah, one of the things that is really interesting about the position that Unreal Rogue is in is sometimes players will, oh, hold that thought.
Ooh.
Sirius sees him. Gorilla's going to take a shot here and take one and hit, or rather, he takes a shot and hits one as well.
Yes, and I like that. As Gorilla's making those shots, Spencer's going to come around the other street and see if he could get a bit more information, really.
Yeah, see, Unreal Rogue sometimes will be looking down where Spencer is, so he's trying to see if he can find that. But right now, Unreal Rogue is totally hidden. Like, no one knows he's there for sure. So Spencer's trying to get that information. He's trying to kind of, almost like playing a game of Battleship, put the markers on the map as to how many tanks are actually in this area and whether or not they can break that.
Yeah, well, I mean, the give and take from Gorilla and the 3 tanks who are actually securing the A6 spot, not too bad. Gorilla hasn't taken much damage. Catan's still trying to be a menace, but he is now getting caught out by Archon.
One more shot will finish him off as well, so he needs to be really careful. You might want to try to make a retreat back towards the railroad side, especially because None sees him as well.
Yeah, he did a pretty good job of avoiding that. Catan is going to get out of that crossfire and into a different position.
Okay, Archon does just let that go.
Guess there's not really much he can do from up there when Catan's running away, right?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have much vision. It's hard to shoot at that range. But that E100 push is occurring now. The Horsemen are going to try to force their way in.
Yes, and I think after that give and take with Gorilla from the castle side down to the A6 capture point, you know, Horsemen probably figure it's safe enough to head in that way. Gorilla needs to be careful with him as tank destroyer, though.
Yeah.
He's down to like 215 health now.
Okay, he fixed his tread too, so he's actually totally operational to move. That's one of the things our observer was looking at there because it looked like he was kind of stuck for a second, but he's repaired it. And he's now headed back towards this location safely on the edge here, very well positioned. Because he's still alive, he can really be a game changer. The Horsemen are massively ahead in hit points, but the game is still, you know, even because with a bad engagement, we could see the Immortals really pick up speed here.
This is interesting. Unreal Rogue is very much distracted with the 3 E100s coming over to the side. This is perfect time for Gorilla to head down and see if he can get rid of them.
Exactly. You're exactly right, Susie, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. He does miss, unfortunately. That would have been a great angle to hit from as well.
Unreal Rogue is going to try to get out of that capture point, and it's a big E100 fight now. That's a 3v2. Let's add a Conqueror to the mix and see what happens. Tom Hager does take a little bit of damage.
Oh, Gorilla, is he looking the right way? It's hard to say. I can't really see. I hope he is. He's not. Oh, yeah, he is. Okay, he is.
He's waiting for it. Spencer's going to come around and try to help him out. While the Sirius does go down in the base capture fight, there's 2 little areas right now where we have a give and take. I don't even.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's definitely.
Not really a fight.
It's more like an absorption here, an annexation of the capture point now by Horsemen. It's like just theirs by rights at this point.
Yes.
The Immortals are going to have to retreat, and they've already lost too many precious tanks. It's so far a 7-4 tank count right now.
Yeah, and it looks like one of these E100s are going to take that final shot on Rap. Oh, Sidonia Tommy goes down. Rap took one down with him. But at this point, there are just way too many Horsemen on the playing field. And I don't see the Immortals be able to come back from this.
Don't think so either.
Spoilers, guys, sorry.
Spoiler alert. Game's over on this one. But, you know, the Immortals did what they could. They had a good position. The problem was they just took too many bad trades, and the maneuvering of the Horsemen was better. I really liked Gorilla. I'd definitely give him my MVP award for this game for, you know, being in the right place at the right time, doing that chip damage, and eventually finishing off those important tanks.
Oh, Sun, he's the last tank standing with the IS-7. He is going to absorb a lot of damage, but in the face of, what is this? Is the 50B coming by too? Because in the face of all these tanks, I don't think he's going to be able to survive.
I don't think so. I think that's going to eventually be it. I mean, well, if he can live for 6 more seconds, then he loses anyway. So there you go.
Oh,
game over.
Was that the Triforce award?
Nearly.
When you can be in 2 capture points and eliminate your opponent?
Yeah, I think I would give it the award if you have less than 10 seconds left on one of those 2 caps, and they had like
6.
7 or 6. Yeah. So yeah, I think they got the Triforce award on that one.
All right.
We don't see that very often, but they did it.
Horseman got the Triforce award.
I think that's actually starting to become more of a thing because, and this is just my personal theory, but we saw for a while, especially like 2 weeks ago, teams that had their game lost were just simply surrendering by like driving into fire. And then some teams are not doing that. So I think like the teams that are frustrated that teams are not doing that anymore are just kind of like teasing them a little bit. Like, all right, we're in both capture points, man. You're the last tank standing. Like, just drive into us and let's go into game 2.
Is that BM? I'm not sure.
I don't think it's really BM as much as it's more like playful, sort of like, all right, dude, like, let's move on.
Kind of trolly, I guess. All right. So the next game, then, we're going to switch sides. What can Immortals do here to beat out Horsemen?
It's a tough question. I feel like we'll have to see what their lineup is before we can really say how they're going to operate. I'd like to see them do something a little bit more aggressive than what the Horsemen did, because I feel like the Horsemen, even though last season they were one of the most aggressive teams, they're now one of the most careful teams. I think that skill set really suits them right now. Whereas I feel like the Immortals, if they try to slow play, Horsemen is just going to abuse that, outmaneuver them, and may even do something tricky. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Horsemen like pushed up and took the castle away from them, did like an invade almost like of the castle in the early stages of the map. So
okay, all right, we'll have to take a look and see. You think we're going to see a whole bunch of the heavy tanks again, the E100s?
Yeah, I think we're going to see at least on the Horsemen side on the defense 3 E100s and an IS-7. I don't necessarily think we'll see an IS-7 on the Immortal side of things, just because on the attack you don't necessarily need that. The Horsemen did use that last game just to be more aggressive around the courtyard.
Right.
But you don't have to have that, so I think it's just going to be personal preference for what the Immortals are thinking right now.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. I want to apologize to you guys, like if I sound really stuffy. So for Christmas, I got a cold, a really bad cold.
You must have been on Santa's naughty list.
I tried to be good this year.
Most people on the bad list get cold, but you got a cold. The D on the end there.
Was that like an extra bad kind of thing? Like, I don't even...
Maybe it's like less bad than coal. I mean, because like you don't have a fireplace, right? So
no. Oh, I'm trying. This is a far stretch. Do you think people have a cold because when they have a cold, you can't actually pronounce the D?
Hey, that's pretty deep right there. You went pretty far on that one.
So I do apologize, guys, for sounding really incredibly stuffy. But you know, I could have missed a day. I'm in the country, and a little cold's not going to stop me from being here and casting World Tanks with you.
That's right.
All right, I think the teams are just about ready. We're getting. It looks like the Immortals are taking a bit of their time to see what they want to do. I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Yep.
The tanks are still being selected, it seems.
Yeah. But I think, Immortals really need to see how they're going to beat the Horsemen, right? This is, as of right now, they are ranked number 6 in our rankings. Them and PvP Super Friends only have 3 points apiece. So a win here would be great. A win here would bring them up to where B Gaming are. Yeah,
and for some of these teams, like, we didn't really talk about this all last season, but 2 teams get knocked out, at the end of things, and, if you're towards the bottom of things, and if you're starting to feel like, oh God, we're just not going to make it to the top 4, you got to start thinking about, like, we got to make sure we're in Gold Series next season.
At least Gold Series, yeah.
So every win really does count for these teams, and I think I think they can pull this off. I'm not saying I predict them to win, but I feel like this is not like Horsemen's got this in the bag. This is not a massive discrepancy of skill. It's not like EO Gaming is playing against them and it's like, well, it's going to be a tough time. But I do feel like, you know, that was a closer game than it really appeared, even though at the end it was almost like a 7-0. It was like a 6-0 at the end. The Immortals did play well. It's just that the Horsemen outplayed them. It looks like the tanks are ready, though, finally.
I think so, too. The map is loaded, and it looks like we are going to head into game number 2. Welcome back to Himmelsdorf, Horsemen versus Immortals. Horsemen did take that first win, and now it's the Immortals' turn to be on the attack.
Well, it looks like what was all the fuss was about in tank select was actually about their Lorraine 40-ton. Catan is running that in. It's kind of like a faster version of the 5100, the AMX tank from last season. And we've got 4 E100s for Horsemen this time. They are not bringing that that IS-7 at all.
Oh. Interesting,
and
yeah.
the Immortals are bringing the E3 this time. No E3 from the Horsemen, but they're bringing a 50B. And the Horsemen are, it looks like, just going to push towards the south mostly, leaving only the E3 behind. Very interesting.
There's Tom Hager on that E3. We can see that he is slowly pushing himself up towards the castle, but right now there's a whole slew of E100s on the Horsemen side going down the railroad tracks, seeing if they could get a better position from the south, it seems.
Yeah. Interesting. Looks like they want to try to sweep them from behind or something, like pull the rug out from underneath them while they're trying to push towards the courtyard. I expected if the Horsemen were going to do something a bit out of the ordinary, it was going to be pushing to the castle, but I'm mistaken in this case. Perhaps because of that Lorraine 40-ton, they're like, nah, that's not going to work. That's not a good idea.
What I find interesting is that, you know, Horsemen being on the defense, they don't really have, I mean, the only tank they have over in the A6 capture zone right now is that tank destroyer. And they're really banking on the fact that Immortals may come to the railroad side.
It's a very risky strategy, what they're doing, because they leave the defense of that base in one tank destroyer's hands. And here comes that Lorraine 40-ton doing some damage, actually. It's going to start stacking up. Actually messed up his track. He repaired it, though. But yeah, the strategy here leaves some time for them to respond if it was a big push towards capture point number 2. But because the Immortals don't really know what's going on yet, they can't abuse that fact.
Right. The Immortals are playing it kind of safe. They want to make sure that they don't lose the tanks that they need, right? Just kind of trying to peep and see what they could find before committing to one of the 2 base captures, it seems. Oh, Tom Hager has his eye on Gorilla. Will he be able to hit? Yes, he does.
That's
and takes
huge.
him for almost 700 HP.
And the Gorilla responded very late and will not be able to counterfire. And in fact, if they trade here again, Gorilla could take critical damage, so very, very scary.
That is extremely scary to lose your one tank, and now, oh, yep, he misses. And now he is, Tom Hager realizes there's not other tanks there. I mean, yeah, it's just Gorilla, really.
Yeah. And Colin and Sidonia Tommy are coming to back him up now because they're worried for his well-being.
What good mates they are.
They are indeed. I noticed that Gorilla actually took the cola consumable, which we don't see too often because nothing really bad happens to the pilots in this game, but you never know.
You never know. These drivers, man.
Now, a pretty big lead has been gained here for the Immortals in terms of damage done and how well they've traded. Let's see if they can capitalize on that advantage. They're now pushing towards capture point number 2 with those E100s. And some of the Horsemen are out of position, so this could be a good opportunity.
Yeah, they are very split between the 2 captured points right now, so if the Immortals just pick one and they really dedicate themselves to it, I think they may be able to come out with a win. But we will see. These E100s aren't exactly the fastest tanks right now.
They're definitely not. All right, Rap and Hades are moving towards that point now. They're leading the charge.
Oh, Sirius.
Not sure what happened to him, but it wasn't good.
No, it was not. Catan is going to try to chip away a little bit as well. None takes bad damage. Catan doing a very good job of just avoiding all the shells coming at him right now.
He absolutely has made that Lorraine 40-ton pick really work.
Oh,
Hilmelsdorf trading again, but this is again a better trade for him. I mean, that's like a ton of firepower. Now they finally made their way to that base capture point, and the Horsemen need to respond. Oh, and they're going to hide how many tanks are there. They're going to set up a trap.
Oh gosh, which is very smart on their end. But yeah, the Horsemen are going to have to respond somehow, and I feel like they're wasting a bit of time just kind of hanging out and trying to grab things from afar. Spencer does take another big chunk of damage right here by Sirius.
Here, most likely.
I think he will.
Unless he can get backed up. Oh, there's the backup.
Wow, Archon with the clutch shot.
That was a bit off there, Colin.
Yeah, and you know, Sirius actually was the first casualty of the game, and we're down all the way to 5 minutes and 17 seconds.
That's true. That's the way of Himmelsdorf. But finally, tanks are responding to this call. But there's 2 tanks in the capture now.
There are 2 tanks now, yes, and we can see that the E100 Stony Tommy, Colin, they're going to come on in. Unreal Rogue right behind his teammates as well. And now I think it's just going to be a big brawl over at base capture number 2 because Horsemen really need to stop that cap.
They have denied 1 tank several times. The Catan does go down. They need to... Okay, I was going to say they need to reset Hades because he's the one that is not getting reset. Sun is here now too. He's got a lot of firepower to back this up.
He does. Colin is absorbing a ton right now.
So don't you tell me he's a block.
Wow. He just got hit 3 times in a row. Pretty critically there too.
Yeah, and that's by the, that was because of Sun's position. Sun's positioning was really good there, and he was able to get that damage done. But the fight, you know, here is starting to go a little bit better towards the Horsemen's way. Let's see if they can continue that momentum. Unreal Rogue in a really good spot here, despite being outnumbered. Just using that angle here, but here comes Spencer as well.
Spencer's gonna come around, take a shot at him, and it is a 2v1. He's pulled back a little bit. I think he's gonna have to be careful. He's just buying time till Sun comes around on that autoloader.
All right, they need to focus on Sun here. Where is
wonderful.
Spencer? Spencer needs to come help out.
I don't know. Faluso needs to back off just a little bit, and he does. Archon comes around, and he's like, nope, you bully. I need to shoot you
Archon's not even going
away.
to waste his rounds because he knows Sun's out. He's going to focus on Wrap instead, which is really smart. See, this is the kind of play we did not see from Horsemen last season, but I see it now, and I'm like, they have improved miles. They know exactly how many rounds that 50B has. They're not going to kill it until everything else is dealt with. It's the lowest priority target while it's reloading. They're going to ignore it, kill the E100s. Hades is now down to 888 hit points, and he's surrounded. The only other tank left on the map is a tank destroyer. Tom Hager is nowhere to be seen. He's on his way over, but...
Yeah, he's on his way over, but on that tank destroyer, again, we saw how slowly he was being pushed up that, up to the castle side. Hades goes down. Tom Hager's the last tank standing. You know, I'm really curious how the Immortals lost that, because they did have a definite advantage all the way to the end. And look how low the Horsemen are right now. They have 4 tanks. Oh, let's make that 3 tanks standing, all under 1,000 HP, but they're still alive.
I think the real story here, Susie, is how, like, I want to look at which player it was, actually. It was Sun. I don't want to say Sun lost it for the Immortals because he was in the right spot and he came in at the right time, but the targets he prioritized with that autoloader damage were possibly not correct. So he hit a lot of E100s but didn't kill anything, as Horseman does take the game there.
Yeah, Horsemen are going to go ahead and take a 2-game lead on Himmelsdorf. Yes?
But anyways, Sun prioritized E100s a lot of the time with his autoloader damage to try to disrupt the formation of the Horsemen and also get them to move, but he never killed anybody, and whenever he was reloading, he was like in the position to do damage, but he was reloading so nobody cared, everyone ignored him, and finished off the more important targets, as we saw on the Horseman side. I'm trying to remember who was on it. It was Archon on the 50B.
Yes.
He was actually choosing the proper targets and was firing at the right moments and finished off the E100s every time he came into fire. And that's how, you know, autoloaders work when you only have one of them, especially, which is the meta right now for Himmelsdorf. Is like, it has to be doing critical damage. It has to be like removing a tank. If you're on reload, you better have done something really good with those rounds, or you better be like in a safe place, like in the early game. Like if you're on top of the castle and you fire 4 rounds and you don't kill anybody, that's okay. But in the critical fights, you know, where tanks are actually in position to fight each other nonstop, you have to make sure all 4 of those rounds really connect and really, if possible, finish a tank off so you can just remove that threat and move on to something else.
And like you said, 4 rounds, and they're going to have to back off somewhere, right? So just while you have it, while you can do the damage, and then run away, basically.
And Sun's positioning was really good, and he came in at the exact right time too. It's just he wasn't able to get the shots he needed, and then everyone just ignored him because he was just like, you know, what's more scary, like a pistol with 6 bullets in it or a pistol with no bullets in it? Like, I mean, he's just no longer a threat. Like he's just like there. He's like he might as well be a cardboard box until those rounds are reloaded.
All right. Well, it looks like the next game we're gonna get into Mines, and as far as I know, we have Immortals are going to be attacking first. Now, Mines obviously being played a little bit differently than Himmelsdorf.
I feel like the playstyle of the Immortals is well suited to Mines more than Himmelsdorf.
Okay.
So maybe they can use that early game advantage. Based on what we saw from Horsemen this season and also every time they played on Mines so far, I think on the attack side they will meet Immortals in the middle, but on defense, they're just going to spread out around and avoid that fight because the Immortals are really good at that kind of fight and that kind of engagement. So they're just going to we're going to see the Immortals on the attack go like all E5, push type strategy, and Horsemen's just going to be like, no, we're going to split around. We're going to see some object tanks.
Okay.
What would be really interesting is if we see the Lorraine 40 ton again, because I felt like the Catan was
He was
really
good on that. Yeah, he definitely utilized it to the most beneficial way possible. I was actually pretty impressed with that.
I would actually not mind to even see that on Mines, to be honest. I feel like it would work really well. They could bring a T-54 with it to get more information and to kind of roam around the waterfront side. I would really like to see that. I'm actually a bit surprised, like with how well that did that. It wasn't the first time we ever saw that tank like do well. And it makes me wonder like why more teams don't use it because it looks really strong as a tier 9 tank.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, that was like.
I mean, like we said, it's like the 5100, which we obviously know did a lot of damage as a tier 8.
It just like did a ton of damage and it was protected well. And yeah, I'm like, I'd rather see that most of the time than 2 T-54s. But either way, it's obviously like less mobile. It's still a heavy tank and a bit slower.
Yeah.
Even though it's faster than a 5100, it's still pretty slow.
All right. Well, it looks like Mines is all loaded up and the game is ready to go. So here we go into game number 3. Welcome to Mines, everyone. Horsemen versus Immortals. Horsemen are up 2 games. This is set number 3. Immortals may attack first.
The Immortals are on the attack, but they're running 3 E5s and 2 Object 140s. I thought they were going to go all E5s. They're bringing the T-54s. We have Spencer on the T-54 lightweight, and they're going all objects. This is what I was talking about. They were definitely going to go object tanks on the defense. They do have 2 E100s, and they are actually going to go out to meet these guys, but their ability to retreat and set up a more defensive position with these faster tanks is definitely something to keep in mind.
Yeah, we can see that everyone is headed towards the mine entrance here, and it looks like there's going to be a straight-up brawl from the beginning. Spencer taking a lot of damage. If Immortals can just take out 1 tank, there we go. That's a big benefit to them. But you know what? Catan also does go down. It's a trade. Oh, there's another one. Horseman. Oh gosh, this is just going to be like a free-for-all shootout. The Sirius goes down as well, so 2 tanks down for each side.
This is a classic brawl. This is not like let's fight a little bit, like a sort of brawl and then retreat and transition. This is like, this game will end here.
I think it will.
There is no running away. There is no transitioning from here. And I think the Horsemen are in a really good position to take this. They have the tank lead.
Colin is going to die right now.
Archon's still alive for a little bit longer, gets that kill on Unreal Rogue, and that's really important. That might actually be the winning moment for them because Archon can still do damage. He's down to 19 health.
He sure is, and yes, it is a 3v3. Oh no, you're right, it's a 4v3.
Yeah, he's still alive. I know his hit point bar is like non-existent, but he's still alive.
And they have pretty good positioning where they're able to get up into the mine and hide a little bit.
Looking at his hit point bar, I'm like, guys, that's not a dead pixel on your screen. Like, he's actually still alive.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it.
Well,
I think Archon's
Immortals can still win this.
Around.
This is like a really close game because those are E5s that are left for the Immortals too.
Yeah, none takes, that was unnecessary damage. I think he needs to pull back just a little bit. Gorilla is going to come out and see what he can poke around. He does get a little bit, he chips off Sun. And
Rap takes some damage a little bit too. It feels like the Immortals need to probably just give up this position because they're like basically walking into guys behind cover that can do damage and then escape with their faster tanks. Maybe approaching a different angle would be better. Because the Horsemen like are just going to sit here and wait.
Yeah, every time they just like wiggle on up, they keep getting hit.
And the Horsemen, not only are they hiding behind these rocks, but they also get to hide behind all these tank husks that they're using very well. The bushes for cover. Archon is going to come in only at the last second if he's needed. Otherwise, this is, like you said, a 3v3 basically.
Yeah.
Archon could like try to sneak behind and finish off Tom Hager
That's
right
what
now.
I thought he was going to do for a bit. Oh, Rap is now down really low as well. And he goes down. This is pretty easy for them now. It's a 2v4.
This is really worrisome for the Immortals to just be so outclassed like this by these Object 140s. Archon died, probably actually from fall damage going down a chute or something. But it doesn't matter. Sung dies, and Horseman will take game number 3.
In a brawl. In a straight-up brawl right at the mine entrance.
That's the first time I think I've ever seen a tank has died.
He just like died by himself. Like, whatever.
Like the pilot like sneezed too hard and the tank just exploded. I don't know.
Gosh. Okay. So that just happened. I do enjoy those brawls because it shows who is like more accurate tank, who's better at positioning themselves. And at that time, yeah, I just feel like Horsemen got the better position. They got into the mine actually and was able to utilize the rocks and the cliffs and everything. And
yeah, I feel like trying to go to maybe even the water side capture point with the E5s would have been easier and just hide underneath that. Now on their way out, though, the objects would have chased them down and poked at them a little bit. It's really tough even being just one tank down in this situation, but the position the Horsemen were in was way better. They had those tanks to hide behind, those rocks to hide behind. Archon was still alive, so one tank always had to be kind of like wary of could he come around the other side. We got to be watching for him. That's the worst feeling because if you think about like a tank doing say even like 250 damage with a shot, like an Object 140 like around 250 damage, and the guy's got 19 hit points, that's really like a lot of wasted damage. So you're like, oh, we're gonna wait for that guy to deal with him later. I can't believe he didn't die. Died at the end, but did not matter.
It did not matter. I was wondering why Immortals kind of stuck around there, though. I mean, all 3 tanks, they could have done something else.
I have to agree. I think it was going to be tough to leave, but easier to leave than to stay and fight.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I have to like go back and take a look at that. The one thing that really changed that battle, though, I felt like was who was it on the tier 54 lightweight? He ran around the side where sometimes we see the STB go or the 1390 go.
Right.
And like everyone fired at him, and he almost died, but he lived. And that was like 5 tanks fired at him, and that meant the initial fight, like the very first fight, so many tanks had wasted time. I mean, Object 140s reload very quickly, but I mean, there was a lot of wasted damage there, and then the Horsemen were like eating that up, and they killed tanks like very, very quickly.
Everyone shot at the same time. All the reload timers were up, and it's like, oh, well, this is the time to attack. And yeah, that was actually incredibly well done. But yeah, I think we're gonna switch sides now and head into the next set. So get ready, here is set number 4. Welcome back to Mines, guys. Set number 4, Horsemen versus Immortals. And Horsemen on the attack, they are up 3-0 so far.
Yeah, 2 wins to go to seal the deal. Taking a look at these tank cops, the Horsemen on the attack are also going to be running these Object 140s, but they used it to brawl last game. We actually basically have almost mirrored comps for the two, the difference being that the Immortals are going to run those two T-54s, and Horsemen are going to bring that RU tank. And they're actually going around the waterfront side.
Yep, they are. So we have these 2 tanks. We've got the 2 E5s kind of positioned facing the mine just in case, while the rest of them, the Object 140 is going to head over to the lighthouse and the beachfront.
Spencer's checking it out. He sees there's tanks over there. He's like, all right, they're going there. All is according to plan. Nunn and Colin are here to just get a few extra points of damage done if possible, and then retreat out themselves.
Yep, they're just going to fire a bit into the mine because that's where we obviously know that the team is going to be.
Now, just taking a look at where the position of these tanks are right now, I feel like the Immortals can take an advantage from what they have on the defense, especially because they have one of their 140s to the south. It's probably Sun, just knowing how he plays this map. But if they take too much damage, you know, trying to investigate what the Horsemen are up to, I feel like that's not what they want.
Yeah, Rap does take a little. He takes a bit much, actually. That's a lot of damage for someone who's just kind of mining the mine. Is that the word? Minding the mine.
Yeah, he's minding it. All right, this is smart by the Horsemen. This is pretty abusive. This is what their plan was all along. Is to just get underneath these tanks that all rushed in for a fight that wasn't going to happen. It's still possible for the Immortals to try to, you know, stop this. But if they try to go in too aggressively, like for example, Unreal Rogue cannot slide down, or he'll just instantly be killed by so many tanks that are looking this way. They have to find another angle.
Right, and already we can see that there's cover fire coming from the lighthouse area. They know that the moment those guys just peep their head out to try to stop this base capture, they're going to get hit. Base capture timer is under 20 seconds now.
Yep, down to 15 now.
Wow.
It's really getting down to the wire. Spencer barely alive, by the way. Down to the same exact amount of hit points as we saw last game. Archon 19. Seems to be the lucky number for Horsemen today.
Oh, there we go. That was quite lucky. They are starting to hit the tanks. Hades going to see if he can come around. Spencer does go down.
This is a rough spot to be for the Immortals, because now they have to try to challenge this position that's so well protected. Hades is probably the next to fall here.
Yeah, he's kind of out in the open. Faluso, never mind, was the one to go down. Hades, though, needs to really be careful. Sirius is going to come around and see if he can take that spot for him. But too late. Hades does get shot, and Sirius is also going to get target fire down. At this time, it looks like they might be able to base capture this.
You know,
Unreal Rogue and Rap, yeah, they need to come down and do something.
It's funny, I didn't really even think about the fact that those two E5s were the tanks that would get into the capture point, because those are the toughest to deal with straight up at the front. And if you try to deal with those, it's going to take a bit longer, and all during that time you're going to get chipped away by the object tanks on the other side. The object tank's really accurate at a distance.
Yeah, Sun is doing a great job right now trying to keep resetting this base capture. He's hiding behind this bush, and especially in that object 140, it's kind of harder to see him, as it's not a much bigger tank.
Yeah. Looks like Nunn is just going to go meet his challenge here. Both Colin and Nunn are having a hard time actually finishing him off. Yep. And Catan could actually give some really good support here. Gorilla going to try to deal with him.
I think so. Gorilla's going to try to get rid of the Catan, and Sun and Nunn are going to do a 1v1 fight here if Nunn can get to him.
Finally, Nunn did hit one of those shots. He missed so many. Oh, look at this. Gorilla actually supporting on Sun instead.
Okay, so he's trying to push him out, and wow, perfect. Gorilla does get that long-range shot. Takes him down. Catan is going to blow up as well. They're just like, well, guys, let's not even bother with the base capture. Let's just go for elimination.
Yeah, you know, if this was the old format, we've done a 245, and it would be feasibly possible maybe for the Immortals to time things out here. But they just cannot do that anymore.
No, with 5 minutes left, absolutely not.
They're going to have to basically hope and pray that they can get a good fight here. It's important that the two E5s are left for the Immortals, but I think it's just too much already. Only one tank left now, and he could just simply be surrounded. Plus, there's someone in the base capture.
There was someone in the base. They're trying for that Triforce award one more time, huh?
Well, down goes Rap, and Horsemen will go to match point with a 4-0 score.
Yep.
And, wow, the series ended up being a lot more one-sided than I thought. I mean, I did expect Horsemen to take it at the end of the day, but they are really outclassing the Immortals right now.
All right, well, so we saw that they did this big brawl on mines, and the next map we're going into is Cliff. And I'm going to bet that we'll probably see something similar, especially for the last game, and Horsemen probably just want to finish off the series and get into the next one.
So the most important thing on this map is just how you position your STBs and if you bring a 50B, if you dare, which some teams have done, or even the Batshat, where you put it, does it survive on those rocks? Can it get surrounded? Can it get picked off? And the defending side usually has a slight edge when it comes to the positioning in what we like to call the arena.
Right.
And sometimes that can lead to the attacking team getting a bit overeager and walking in. But I think this is going to be a brawl, like you said, but it's going to be a very long one. It's going to be a slow, calculated one. Just basically like a fight that you'd have on, say, Ghost Town or Himmelsdorf once the fight actually starts. It takes a long time for that to finish. But I have to give the Horsemen the edge here because
they seem really on point tonight.
Yeah, they really do. Poor Immortals, it's not an easy team to face.
No, Horsemen are going to be playing against Super Noobs next, actually, for set number 2. So if they're on this momentum, I really don't see why they wouldn't be able to take a few games off Super Noobs as well.
Yeah. Well, most of the tanks have been picked now. And, the big questions are, will we see 140s or 430 object tanks? How many STBs? Do they break the Wolf 1 STB rule? Do they bring too many STBs? That's the question.
Why is that so awful if they bring more than a...
I just feel like it's not that accurate over distance, and on this map, sometimes that becomes important. And it does do well on that one little slot in, like, the cliff. But otherwise, like, where's your second STB going? What's he doing?
Okay, yeah. I mean, we'll see if there's any auto alert, like the bat shot.
Yeah.
Obviously, was really good on this map, as long as they're covered well, because we've seen when they're not, they just kind of explode, and there's no point in bringing that tank.
Yeah, it's very risky to bring a bat shot on this map, but it also, sometimes those risks really do pay off.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Horsemen will definitely not do that, but we'll see what the Immortals have planned here, because sometimes when you're down 0-4, you need to take a lot of risks, and it's sad because, like, if you want to take risks when you're on your last life, I mean, most people would say no, but in a tournament like this, like, sometimes that's how you win.
It's a Hail Mary, man, and Hail Marys are always fun to watch, number one. But yeah, it just gives you that inkling of hope that possibly you may be able to win it and then have that next game to use your more tried and true strategies. So, yep, as we go in, I believe on Cliff, Horsemen are on the attack first.
That's right, and that's a scary thing for the Immortals, but we'll see if they can hang in there.
We will have to see that. It looks like all the tanks are picked. No one is giving the ready sign, though, at this time. And we'll
I think there was like a bit of a problem with one of the players on the Immortals connecting into the lobby, but he seems to be in there now.
Yeah, he seems to be in there now. And, okay, we are going to go ahead and load into Cliff. And I think we are good to go. So here we go. This could be match point, everyone. And we will start game number 5. Welcome to Cliff. It is Horsemen versus Immortals. Horsemen are up 4 to Immortals 0. This is set number 5. If Horsemen take this, they will take home the 3 points as they attack first.
All right, taking a look at the tank lists. Horsemen bring the bat shot. Actually, they're doing it.
And the 1 STBs each.
Yep. So 4 object 140s for the Immortals instead of the bat shot, and everything else is all the same.
Mm-hmm.
Horsemen are... Is there a problem?
I don't know. They were moving, and then...
Are they trolling? What are they doing?
And they stopped. I'm not sure. I almost feel like they're trolling. They expect... Immortals obviously expect them to come up right into the middle.
Just like theory crafting, what if there was a situation where the Immortals all push into the middle, carefully and slowly eventually get there, and then the Horsemen... What?
What
is going on? Sirius just shot the Catan.
Yeah, he did. A little confused on that.
So...
Okay, I think there is an issue right now where the Horsemen are not connecting. We can see this yeah, we are getting news now that it wasn't a troll. They just really couldn't move.
Yeah, I was like, what in the world is going on there? I'm like one team is like moving, but only a little bit. The other team's like shooting its own teammate. I'm like,
oh, what is going on?
It's like suddenly like a pig flies through the room. I'm like, Like,
too much eggnog, man. Oh gosh, your New Year's Eve celebration started a little early.
Yeah,
basically.
I'm like, I don't know. Like, I swear that was water I was drinking earlier, but everything is a bit different now.
Yeah. So as we saw earlier, Horsemen are kind of stuck in position. We're actually stuck in game. I'm looking at it right now.
I'm seeing some beautiful observing of that.
We are getting some beautiful observing. I'm sorry you guys can't see this. Actually, I'm kind of getting motion sickness from the camera going. The camera's tilting up and down. But anyway. Interesting. I mean, they're all very fast tanks, like you said, right?
That's right. I'm just like watching the observer on my screen. I'm like, whoa, like we live in another world now. But yeah, with the tank lineups at this point in time.
Okay, guys, this is really distracting because on our screens, the map is actually turning. The whole world is kind of spinning around. I really do feel like it's a Twilight Zone right now, Twilight Zone episode.
I'm like, how is the observer not actually like losing his mind right now? Every time I look at that, I'm like,
I have
whoa.
not a clue.
Yeah, but with the tank lineups, we have just basically what you'd expect to see on this map, the Batshot being the exception for the Horsemen, and it's none on that. So Spencer was unable to connect. It looks like that's why only he couldn't connect.
I see, yeah. And obviously he's a very important member of the team. He's the guy who scouts and everything. You kind of need him there. So fair enough. You do want all 7 of your members to be in the game and ready to play.
Yep, so I'm guessing we're probably going to have to sit here for 7 more minutes as the game finishes, unless the players could be notified that they need to leave.
I'm sure they'll let us know eventually.
Yeah.
I would hope so.
So
this is where I ask you, what are your plans for New Year's Eve?
Well, I don't have any specifically just yet, but there will be no tanks that day, actually, as it turns out. So first of all, I'm going to sit and be like, oh, I'm really sad about that. And then once I get over it, then I'll probably go out on the town a little bit, you know, maybe figure out where I want to watch the countdown. I've historically watched it in Gangnam because that's where I lived for many years, but I don't live there anymore, so do I really want to trek over there? It's a fun place to be. I've never been to Yeongdeungpo, like Times Square in Korea for that, which I've heard is like where everything's really happening, so I could go there maybe. You
know, so one thing I found out in Korea that's a very traditional thing is to watch a sunrise on New Year's Day.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so everyone kind of goes to the coast and watches the sun kind of come up and, you know, over the east horizon. So like on the radios and stuff in the taxis, they would tell you, oh, by the way, tomorrow the sun will be up at like 7:04 or whatever time it was, and wants everyone to go out there and watch a sunrise on the 1st.
That's interesting. Yeah. It's funny because when you think about it, that's like probably something that really mattered a lot in like the old times. But now I'm like, I don't know, when my digital clock says it's midnight, then I'm like, that's the new year. Like, the sun rose or not, like it doesn't matter. And then I think about like this, then like everyone's like, well, the sun's up at 7:04. I'm like, but what if where you live you can't see it yet? Does that mean that you have to wait for it? If it's like 7:04, you're like, oh, we didn't see it. I guess let's go back inside. Like, it's 7:04 now, we missed it. Like,
I don't know. All right, I think the game is ready now, guys. I think we have everything sorted, so let's head into it. Let's try that again, guys. We are here on Cliff. It is set number 5, Horsemen versus Immortals. Can the Horsemen win this? That's the question. Will Spencer stay connected?
That's what I'm saying. Like, number 1, we already talked about the tanks earlier, but number 1 is, is everybody moving? Okay, everybody's moving.
Good. I like that.
For a second there, I was like, I mean, literally when we started the last game, I was like, okay, there could be a strat. Let me theorycraft where like, everyone goes in the middle for Immortals, and then they just go around the right side, just base capture point 2 or something.
That would be pretty nuts. We can see here, Horsemen, they're all just going to go together as a pack of horses straight to the arena, which is this little area here in the middle, right where the cliff begins. They're going to meet each other. Oh, be careful, Nun. You are not protected, and you can get blown up very fast.
Oh my god, he like spun around like what the Observer was showing last game, like the world is still spinning. He got out of there without taking any damage. Feluso and Colin, on the other hand, not so lucky.
Not so lucky indeed, and they're going to have to get into a pretty good position if they don't want to get hit again. None, good job. He moves backwards and see if he can dish out some damage from behind, but I'm not sure if that's going to work out because Spencer, Colin are taking quite a lot of bullets to the face.
Yeah, oh, it looks like Sun's actually going to be forced down this ramp. But I felt like the Immortals' defensive setup here was really nice.
Okay, Spencer does go down, and now the members are just going to trade shells at each other. You guys can just see, it's like Christmas all over again. All these little light, like the numbers popping up everywhere like lights. Tom Hager does go down as well.
And basically the Horsemen forced these tanks that were on the low ground to be out of position. Now they're actually going to have this high ground concave, and they should be able to win this fight. I can't imagine the Immortals can actually push back up here anymore.
Sidonia Tommy goes down, and it looks like Horsemen are going to start to focus fire onto one tank at a time.
Yep, the Sirius still alive here. Gorilla might try to flank. That would be pretty cool. He decides not to. Catan in a good place, but his buddy Sirius goes down. Now he's dead, and it is going to be a 4v3 fight that I just do not think the Immortals can win from this position anymore, especially considering one of their tanks is a T-54. And down goes that STB.
Yeah, that started off pretty bad. I have to say it was pretty equal until the Horsemen force their way up to the high ground, and now the Immortals are done with one tank. There goes Hades, and the Horsemen will win this series 5-0.
Pretty one-sided. We'll see if the Immortals have better luck versus Super Noobs.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds a little more daunting, especially since we know that Super Noobs, you know, have that second place spot right now.
They already beat the Horsemen, so rough times ahead perhaps for the Immortals, but they did give us a good showing overall in this series. But Horsemen's going to get those 3 points.
All right. Well, that was like you said, a very one-sided series. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back with more Horsemen, this time playing against Super Noobs. So we will be right back.
Do it! Let's go.
Welcome back, guys. Hopefully you guys had a good 10-minute break, and we are now, we've returned with Super Noobs versus Horsemen.
Yeah, it's going to be Horsemen's second and final match of the night. They just destroyed the Immortals 5-0, but the Super Noobs are a much stronger team. Let's see if they can actually challenge them. They already beat Karen Tigers. They challenged EL Gaming. They did very well in that matchup. This is a really cool match. We haven't gotten to see Super Noobs versus Karen Tiger, but we're going to see this one, and this one is probably almost as good, I would say.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Like we said, Super Noobs have just kind of been rolling through in the last 10 games. Oh, not 10 games, 10 days, I guess, of games. Every time we see them, they just come back stronger and stronger. And so, yeah, if Horsemen can challenge them, then I mean, I feel like Horsemen can definitely take down an EL at some point.
Horsemen won top 3 this season. I know they want it. They're really, really working hard for it. If you read their interviews, they've given and stuff, they're like really pushing hard. They're really cracking down this season, and they're on their way. But the Super Noobs are going to be a tough challenge for them. To take 3 points from Super Noobs would be so good.
Yeah, speaking of Super Noobs, let's go ahead and talk about this team. Here are the Super Noobs. So far, the player that comes to like in my eye right now is NT-Lock. This guy has been so clutch over just all the days that he's been playing. He's on the autoloaders, and he just makes those perfect shots in the perfect positions.
Yeah. Ironhide as well, a great player on some of these maps that we're seeing, like in the meta, like Himmelsdorf especially, is really good on that map. Sambo, great player. The last, Ricky, Tangurai, you know, all these guys, really, really good. We've even seen Fury fill in a few times and do quite well. Now, this team is solid, and I've often coined them as the smartest team in the league because I feel like they make the best decisions under pressure very quickly, and I expect nothing, you know, less from them.
Yeah,
today.
you've been saying they're the smartest team in the league so far, so hopefully, yeah, we'll be able to see that. Horsemen, we just got to see them before playing against Immortals, and Horsemen, yeah, they rode all over the Immortals, basically. The Immortals proved to be mortal. Horsemen just trampled them with their horse masks on.
Yeah, easy peasy. Some of the key players in that Archon was super duper. John in his spot with some of his moves, staying alive in clutch moments on mines. Gorilla's autoloader moves, his tank destroyer moves, really, really good.
Spencer, man.
Spencer as well.
Spencer was doing quite well, especially he was the one on the lightweight,
Yeah.
was able to drive through and not die immediately. Just
He drew all their fire away.
Yeah, really helped out his team. He's definitely a support character in this team that has definitely pulled his weight.
Yeah, really, really cool to see. You know, Feluso is one of those players that is usually the one who's carrying all the weight, but I feel like Spencer and Sidonia Tommy have kind of bared some of his burdens
I think
this
so
season.
too.
They've
Yeah.
really come up to his level, and that's really awesome to see because practice and hard work does pay off, and that's the story of Horsemen. To me, I look at this team and I go, they didn't start from nothing. They were always a great team. Well, they became like one of the best teams on such a short period of time because clearly they spent a lot of time practicing the new tanks, the new meta.
Okay, well, here are the maps that they've chosen. The first map we're going to go into is Ghost Town, then Himmelsdorf. Steps and Mines, with the tiebreaker being Cliff. Okay, all is right with the world again. Tiebreaker is on Cliff.
That's right. So, not starting on Himmelsdorf. Ghost Town gets the cake here. This time going to be the first picked map. And then we're going to go into Steps and Mines at the end of things. So we'll see Steps no matter what, which makes me happy. Steps is like my new Lakeville. I feel like when I get to see it, I'm like, yeah.
Oh.
Because I like it. It feels familiar. It feels fresh.
It's like home.
Yeah, it feels like home.
You're like, oh, I love that desert barrenness. Home.
Yeah, something like that. You know, one day maybe, you know, Ghost Town could have been that home for me, but the teams are playing a little bit differently these days.
That
I
is
feel
very
like
true.
when I look at Steps, I go, this one just makes sense to me.
Okay, fair enough. I feel you on that. I think Ghost Town still takes the cake for me, so I'm very excited to see that first. But yeah, the teams are waiting. It looks like, All right, it looks like someone wanted to wait a little bit, but I think they are done waiting.
No waiting.
No waiting for them. We are going to go into game number 1 on Ghost Town. All right, we gotta wait a couple more seconds too. So we'll wait about 10 seconds for the Super Noobs versus Horsemen. Set number 1 to begin. Super Noobs are going to be on the attack first.
Well, this is the map we see the most 215Bs, and we're going to see quite a lot of them here. 2 E100s for the Horsemen. Both teams running a Bat-Shat. And we do see Conquerors versus the T-54 Lightweight.
Yep. We do indeed. Here are the Super Noobs. They're all going to run together towards the schoolyard, which is right in the middle of this map. But at the same time, we could see that the Horsemen are also going to ride together as a pact. They're just gonna, I'm really scared they're gonna meet in the middle, and this is just gonna be a bloodbath. But
well, they might meet Feluso. Oh, he barely got his tail around the corner at the last second there before they could spot him.
yeah, but they're gonna have to be careful around this base capture point. As you can see, yeah, they have all the houses to hide behind and give some cover, but all the different angles that they could be attacked from, really need to be careful. Ricky, I just told you, be careful. He wasn't careful.
He wasn't careful enough, that's for sure. Now, the last might find himself in a similar fate here if he's going to stick around too long.
Yeah, Gorilla does take a tiny bit of damage. We can't really, like we said, all these little openings through the buildings allows for the tanks to just take shots at one another. Ooh, Ricky takes a bit more damage, as does Archon, and Spencer by himself on the Bat-Shat. I'm not sure if this is a really good idea.
I like it, though.
Yeah, he's going to take some damage onto Tang. He's shot another one, but he really needs to get a good burst shot. Oh, no.
Ricky takes a low.
That was awful. That was an awful move by Spencer. Why would he come back around by himself when he's obviously an easy target?
They weren't looking at him. I feel like what he did was correct, but how he did it was wrong. He should have done it from a distance, not right in their faces. But he did a lot of damage nonetheless. Let's see if it ends up being worth it, as this game is very close right now. The last does go down, and Tang is very vulnerable here now to these tanks of the Horsemen, these 3 215Bs.
This is interesting. This Colin Nunn, Ricky Sunbow party right in the middle. They're just all waiting for, each other to get reloaded and take shots at one another. Dark DH Master goes down, but so does Ironhide, and they keep trading shots. However, it is Super Noobs who are down to only 3 tanks left. Tang is...
Sunbow is dead.
Very, very low.
Feluso dies first. Down goes Sunbow.
Now it's a 2v3.
Yep, looks like the Horsemen have got this one in the bag. Tang is one shot away from death himself.
He sure is, and are kind of just going to wait for that reload to happen. Make sure he's got the right angle and finish it off. There goes Tang. NT Lock, my favorite guy. He's going to
He has to kill 3 tanks.
Yeah, he does kill Colin.
He's got 2 rounds left only, and he's in a vulnerable spot. Gorilla and Archon both look at him. He's running away from Gorilla, but he's running into Archon, and down he goes. And the Horsemen will take game number 1.
Wow, they are on a win streak for sure. This is their 6th win tonight in a row against Super Noobs. I mean, I have to say, coming into this, I was a little biased. I thought Super Noobs may be able to, destroy them. But.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like the match we just saw. Even though I really love the Horsemen, I think they're really good and they've improved a lot. And I said it before. I feel like this match might be the one that goes 5-0, 5-1, and the following match as well. Like if I had to give all my predictions, but in this, I'm like looking at this. I'm like, Horsemen. Not only did they win the first game, they just like played very well.
They did.
In that game. They controlled the game from start to finish, and. Super Noobs just watched them play their whole previous match. So they're probably like going, uh-oh, these guys are like on a roll right now. I noticed that Feluso did give the Bat-Shat to Spencer, which is, I think, a sign of respect on this map. It's like, no, you need to hit those shots. He hit all of the shots he needed to. And Feluso's just like, no, I'm on the lightweight. I'm going to give you the information. I'm going to give you the commands. But I trust your accuracy. I trust your skills. And it worked out for them there in that first game.
It did. It did. I was a little hesitant on why the Bat-Shat just came out of nowhere by himself, because he was, as soon as he showed his face, he was focus fired down straight away. So
yeah. He killed he killed like half health on 2 215Bs with all of his rounds. So it's like he killed the 215Bs, so it was like trading himself for one. And normally on a map where the fight goes longer, that would be a terrible idea, but I think it almost was worth it. But the disruption that was caused by all of that alone gave them quite a little bit of an edge there. I feel like if he engaged from further away, he could have done the same damage and escaped, but he was like right on top of them. So
he was a little too close. That was my feeling for it. But nonetheless, Horsemen still won that anyway, so it doesn't really matter, I suppose.
And we didn't also see like how he approached, because it might have been like pretty tough for him to fire from far away. We didn't have like the best camera angle on that from the start. But game number 2 is almost ready here. We're just having a few tank swaps and sides are switching. Although with how these two teams played that first match, attack or defense isn't like the
I don't
key
think it really
factor
matters,
here.
no. I feel like they're just going to play very aggressively, both of them, right into each other. Unless, again, this was just the way for them to feel out how their opponent's going to approach and decide to go for a brawl. But either way, I'm happy with it. I like brawls.
It's fun to watch, fun to cast, and everyone's in the lobby now. But switching sides now, remind me, Ghost Town, Super Noobs are on the defense,
Yes.
and Horsemen are on the attack. So that's always just kind of a scary thing. I used to say this map was very attack side favored, but I've really changed the way I feel about that after we've seen this map and new meta evolve quite a bit.
All right, well, let's see how things change as they switch sides. I think game number 2 is locked and ready, so let's go. Here we are, guys, set number 2, Super Noobs versus Horsemen. Horsemen are up 1, and they are going to attack now for set number 2.
All right, let's take a look at these tanks. 2 Conquerors, Batshat 3, 215Bs, and an E100. Basically the same sort of style here for these two teams, the difference being the Conquerors are Super Noobs, and the Horsemen are going to bring Falusa on the Object 416, as well as bring 2 E100s. Everything for the most part is the same. Hang in there, Susie.
I'm sorry, guys.
Sick.
I'll try not to spread my germs through the monitor. You
Like-
guys are safe.
Like 3 nerds that are superstitious right now just like press Control W and close the tab.
No,
Like, no!
come back. No worries, you can't catch my cold through the monitor, but you'll have to suffer through my nasally casting. But anyway, at this point, we can see that, yeah, Horsemen, they're going to travel all together one more time. But this time, instead of going towards the middle capture point, they're going to head over to capture point number 1. Faluso is going to be the first one to take some damage. It's almost like the Super Noobs knew he was going to be over there on the Object 416.
It's the best place to put an Object 416 because it can hide behind this little outcrop over here, and it can also get into the base capture, similar to what we saw last season, and kind of hide in that little depression. But it looks like his main goal is to get vision for the Horsemen, because I think they're going to try to burst their way through this. They're going to send the E100s to the left side, draw the fire, then the 215Bs are going to loop around the back and flank and crush those tanks.
That actually sounds exactly like what they're going to do. That's what it looks like. So we'll have to see how careful they are. I feel like Sunbow kind of has an idea that that might be the case. They are very cautious, you can tell.
Well, the 215Bs, you kind of reveal their presence to a certain extent by firing into that, like that, what
Rubble,
was once a
yeah.
house, and is no longer a house. I think also they wanted to get a better, like a little bit more vision.
Well, by shooting also, maybe try to lure them out, get them a little
Yeah, they
on their
only showed
toes.
one tank firing too, which makes, could lead Super Noobs to believe there's only one tank there, when in fact there's like 4 tanks in there, so.
Yep, there's NT-Lock on the bat shot again. I really enjoy watching him play
He's
these autoloaders. They're
he's really good. He is the autoloader.
All right, Dark DH Master, Archon, and Gorilla are going to move from their position there and around. They realize
Here we
that
go,
it's
yeah.
probably not the best option to stay there.
All right, they're going
But-
to try to find, I think, a route into the center capture point. They're just going to try to go in there. They're going to take their time about it. But I think that, oh, no, I'm wrong. They're going to go around the other side. They're going to go on the low ground. Huh. I thought they were just going to simply go right in there.
Yeah, they just want to really avoid getting shot at. And they're just going to, do you think they're going to try to cap this?
I think they are. I think they're actually going to all 3 sit in there. It's going to be initially just Gorilla, and then after a few seconds go by, the rest of the tanks will go in. Or am I wrong?
Oh. Archon needs to be careful. They
They
still
just
don't want, yeah.
They don't want him to know.
They don't want them to know. It's so quiet. Super Noobs are probably wondering what is going on right now with the Horsemen, because the Horsemen really do need to attack. Base capture now has started, and they know exactly where they are. It is base capture number 2.
I think that might have been a mistake too. Like somewhere in the Horseman house, they're like, no, like showed us. Because look at that. The second that happened, all these tanks were looking in the exact right direction. I think that was a mistake to show that. I don't think that was intentional. Well,
just walked a little too close to the.
His just his little pinky tread got in there. Treads have pinkies. Well, now they can just use this defensive position to try to force the capture. But I think Archon should probably get in there, or Spencer.
Spencer could come in here and help out with this base capture.
He's protected back here, so.
He sure is, and the base capture is going to go down a lot faster. It's down to 23. There's 4 tanks over there. Spencer does leave. He's going to come around and see if he can get rid of an NT lock. I think that would be a very smart choice, but.
Yeah. Ooh, this is starting to look really bad for the Horsemen.
Yeah.
They don't have the position they wanted because when they revealed themselves, they took fire. They were really not expecting that.
And there comes Ironhide and NT Lock on the other side now. He's going to get flanked. They're literally just right there in the open.
All right, well, 15 seconds to go.
15 seconds to go. Make that 45. I want to say that the Super Noobs are going to be able to stop this.
Oh, here comes Spencer, though. He's going to go for NT Lock.
Wow.
We're going to have the battle of the autoloaders. Ironhide is being ignored here, and it looks like Spencer will win this fight.
Yes, he will. And Spencer, even if he goes down here, he was able to take out the biggest threat. Really,
and
for the
he's
other
helping
team.
support these other 2 tanks, too. These tanks are actually going to leave the capture, and this is the best opportunity for Horsemen to come back. Down goes Gorilla, though. Sunbow follows. And that was a great opportunity, but it's just not going to be enough.
No, it's not. They knew they had to leave that base capture, try to get rid of each member of the Super Noobs, but oh gosh, Archon.
Archon is
DED
dead.
I am not sure if that was safe for work.
Oh man, he's still alive somehow.
Why? How do you get sandwiched between these two? Okay.
Archon has another consumable that makes him invincible, apparently.
Apparently, I don't know if that's allowed in the game. Well, Horsemen, yeah, down to 2 tanks now, and I don't think they definitely made that mistake by showing that they were near.
I think that's what happened there.
Me too.
I might have to revisit this game another time and watch that VOD or something, but I feel like that was really a mistake. But Super Noobs do take that first win, so we tie up 1-1 as we go into Himmelsdorf now.
No, wait, yes?
Yes.
Yes, you do. You're right.
So that's just gonna be basically game or map number 1 didn't happen. Neither team got an advantage from that, and it's like we're going to Himmelsdorf as if it's game 1 like we normally do.
Okay, that's again, all is right with the world now.
Think of the game as a first of 4 now as we go into this second map. But yeah, I feel like the plan there for the Horsemen was really solid.
Yeah.
I was really excited about it. But then they showed themselves for 1 second. They came around the corner. Everyone's
just like, oh.
Base capture 2? All the tanks turn around like this, all turn their heads super far. They're coming from where? And Horsemen are like, oh god, that was supposed to be a secret. Because it's really hard to go through there without going through the base capture. So if the base capture isn't going off and you don't know where anyone is, you're not going to expect multiple tanks to come to that location. They probably didn't even expect 3 tanks. They probably thought, oh, 1 tank just drove through there. Maybe it's the bat shot or something. And they all turn around.
It's like, oh wait, there's 3 of them.
And then they just got too good of a trade as a result.
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We're going into Himmelsdorf now. It's going to be probably a little bit of a slower game. That's what I would assume. Now that both teams know, both teams are pretty. What's the English equivalent to mamanada?
I don't know.
I think both teams are pretty similar. Your Korean's pretty good. Wolf.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes there's no. Sometimes there's no real English word
Yeah,
for
maybe
these
that's
types
why
of
I'm
phrases.
struggling right now. But basically, both teams are pretty much of the similar level. They
Yeah,
kind of
they're
felt each other out, and they realized that not one has too much of an edge on the other. That's what I wanted to say. It's just a lot longer in English.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. They're basically even.
Yeah,
I mean,
is that the word?
not
No.
exactly, but as close as I can. Even in terms of their.
Not even ability.
I'm
Anyway,
they're
guys.
Nordic. I don't know. I don't know.
Oh,
they're
no.
really close to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's basically what saying is not one team has a greater edge. It's a very blatant greater edge than the other.
And the momentum has now been reset. It's a very. That's why I said basically jokingly. So just pretend that first map didn't happen. We're going to start over now. Because even though the Horsemen lost that game. It's not like momentum is taken away from them.
No, of course.
God. I mean, basically, I don't know who it was. It might have been Archon, but it was basically the World of Tanks equivalent of sneaking up on somebody, then somebody stepped on the stick, and everyone's like, "What?"
Yeah,
so that was
pretty
basically
much.
what happened there.
Pretty much.
At least in my theory, I really don't think that was intentional. And if it was, I don't think it was correct.
It's like trying to hide in a bush, and then you realize there's another tank in there already, and you're like, oh, oops. Yeah.
It's like someone's cell phone goes off in the movie theater. Everyone's like, everyone looks at that guy.
And then, but luckily, you don't get shot at when everyone looks at you in a movie theater.
It's like when in like high school when we all started to get cell phones. Like, for me, anyways, in my generation.
I'm like,
And then like the one guy's phone goes off, and like most of the time everyone like looks, but everyone's kind of like cool about it. Like teacher's not going to find out. But then like there's always that one guy who's like, whose phone's going off? And then everyone's like, and that was basically like, one of those situations.
that was Archon.
That was Archon there. He's like
Anyway.
messing it up.
All right, so yes, as we get into Himmelsdorf, let's see here. Horsemen will be on the attack first. And I think everyone is ready. I'm not sure what's taking so long for them to load in. Because all the tanks have been picked, and the map's been picked, and now we're finally on the loading screen. So, I think this is it. We're going to head into game number 3. The score is tied at 1-1. We are in set number 3. Super Noobs versus Horsemen, and we are now on Himmelsdorf. Horsemen, take it away.
All right, let's take a look at these tanks. 3 E100s for Horsemen, an IS-7, a 50B, an E3, and a 1390. Just the exact same lineup they used in the previous series when they were on Himmelsdorf on the attack. Super Noobs are bringing just 1 E100. Probably going to sit in that A6 capture. The IS-7 is going to sit in that, what do we call it, the C2 bar. C2 bar. Then we've got the Waffen E100, autoloader tank destroyer. And they've got an IS-4, which could hang out with Ricky and the last. Let's see if the last watches the Northern Courtyard Road or if he's going to go to the bunker. And so far, for the Horsemen, they're splitting into 2 groups. Some of them on the castle, some of them moving towards the railroad side.
Spencer on that 1390, just zipping up by the castle. Oops, a little crash into the building.
It's like when you drive a golf cart into the railing, you're like, oh, nobody got hurt though.
It's okay. No one saw it. Except we all saw it. Yeah, so here's Sunbow and NT-Log. They're just going to already go ahead and preemptively get ready for one of the tanks to come down from the castle side, because we all know that little tank is going to come down eventually.
Spencer's like, I'm not going. Can't make me.
You can't make me get there, guys.
Spencer's like, you peek around though. I'll show you what's what. You peek first.
All right.
He's like, he doesn't have his 6th sense going off, but he's got like his real life 6th sense. He's like, no, that's his 7th sense.
Yep.
We don't have that in our UI yet. But.
And T-Lock is waiting. They're just sitting there waiting. And yeah, Spencer's just like, ooh, I have a feeling. As he pulls away. Is he headed out there, or is he just going to jiggle around for a while?
You know, I never really realized before that the 1390 has those big 2 antennae on its head. It looks kind of like
a go-kart.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say it looks kind of like it's got little like ears sticking out, but I mean I do see what you're saying.
It looks like one of those what is this? Control the go-kart things.
Remote control cars.
Yeah, those things. All right, Spencer is going to take the bait, head down, and hopefully does not get hit, but he does.
Yep, NT-Lock is like locked on.
Oh, but he's already called for backup. He's got Archon from the top, just kind of, he knew. He was like, I need backup, dude, but Spencer does eventually go down. NT-Lock is not by himself, though.
Sunbow kills Archon.
Yeah. Sunbow, I mean, that is a tank destroyer, and he sure did destroy.
Tank destroyed.
That was very effective by Super Noobs to wait there, because they knew that they were going to head down.
This is really bad for Horsemen now. They've lost one of their most important tanks and 2 tanks. One of their most important tanks for vision.
They lost 2 autoloaders.
Yes.
All right. Well, Nun and DH Master now, they're going to have to come and join up a little bit more. Ironhide. I love how he's not even moving. He's just like right in the middle. He goes, I'm an IS-4. What do you got to do?
He's like, I'm Ironhide. Have you seen me play before? I always play these tanks. He's like, I wanted to play a Malice, but my team said no. Well, the Horsemen are trying to reorganize.
Yeah, with the remaining 5 members, they're really going to have to figure out a different strategy right now.
Well, NT-Log is still alive, which is the most terrifying thing. So we'll see if that if they can find him and kill him.
Yeah, Ironheart's going to sit here and wait and see if he can get some damage done. He does miss that shot.
Yeah. And actually, he's going to now be surrounded.
Yes,
but Sunbow's coming.
It's okay. Yeah, I was going to say they are. He's definitely called for backup here. None. He gets a good shot on None. Ironheart is still at 100% HP.
Oh god, None is dead. He's like looking in the exact worst possible location for his turret.
Anti-Lock and Sunbow are going to come around. There we go, and see if they can take these shots. He is going to be focus fired down so fast. Dark DH Master's like, oh crap, I shouldn't have come this way either.
Yeah, this is starting to look really bad. Sunbow does get killed, but at a huge cost.
Yes.
Dark DH Master is now the next target.
Wow.
See you later. Gorilla's coming.
Yeah, that looks like a nice... It looks like they're making out.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm sorry.
Like someone's got to up their anti-aliasing here because this was a bit weird.
That was a little weird. I feel a little uncomfortable right now, Wolf. I just have to say that. So yeah, as soon as that trade has gone off, Super Noobs, it looks like they're just going to come in and see if they can clean up as soon as possible, and they do. Colin goes down on that IS-7. It's only Gorilla left on this E3, and he definitely doesn't have the speed to get anywhere, really. Ricky is coming for him. You know, that's scary when you've got E100s just coming straight at you.
Gorilla is always like the guy when he's the last man standing who like will not surrender.
Anti-Lock's like, nope, where are you going? I got you. Oh my goodness.
I think we need to make the term anti-locked on a thing because he like finds a target and he doesn't miss any of his rounds every time.
Gorilla finally does go down. Super Noobs are going to take that game number 3 win.
Yep, so they take the lead 2-1. A very one-sided game, in fact, actually, that we saw there because of anti-lock. As well as the tank destroyer. I forgot who was on that, but he was like backing them up super hard, and
that was really
they got 2 early kills, and then they were able to solidify their advantage as a result. Also, that one moment where the E100 came out to kill the IS-7, I have no idea why that was the strategy there, because they didn't have any vision or any idea of what the next 2 hallways or alleyways contained. And when the E100 is facing a target head on, or even from the side, it gets like a lot of ricochet, especially when it's looking at like a 45-degree angle. But when it's looking straight on to one target and 2 targets come and hit it from the side, it's like armor is totally useless. So it just got totally penetrated and destroyed by these 2 tanks. That's why I was like, he's dead. Even though he had like 2,000 hit points, he died in like 1.5 seconds after that. So
yeah, he did.
Rough times for Horsemen in that last game.
Horsemen, yeah, I just think that was very well played in the beginning. The 2 tanks just patiently waiting at the castle side.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that big thing on top of the hill. And that just kind of snowballed into a victory because Horsemen were just down 2 tanks from the beginning. It was a 5v7. There was really nothing much that they could do at that point.
Yeah. Well, we're going into our final map of Himmelsdorf, our final set here, and the sides will be swapped. So I'm curious to see how Horsemen's going to play this one out now. I feel like their tank lineup was pretty solid. It's just that they did get caught on the castle, and things went awry from there. There's not much else to say about the last game. Like, everything that happened after that was like NT-Lock played really well.
Yeah.
We saw like that weird engage on the IS-7 like I was talking about, but then everything else after that was just like, we have an advantage. We will find you. We will kill you.
That's exactly what they did. That was the Liam Neeson game. Is that what we're gonna call it?
Yeah, like I have a certain set of tanks. And yeah, that was...
He's probably one of the drivers in the tank. Okay. Anyway, guys.
He's like calling to Spencer with the 2 antennae. He's like, I know you got my call. I know you have his antenna. He's like, I know you're on the radio right now.
I know you've got the radio.
We're on channel 69. I'm telling you, I'm coming for you.
Gosh. All right. So we're just waiting on Ironhide to pick his tank, and then I believe we can get into the game. Yeah. Again, I'm like, I wish there was more we could say about that past game, but no, it was very just.
That game was like very textbook.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about the key points there. We covered it. All right. Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
I'm like, the game should be starting soon.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, Himmelsdorf. I don't know. This map seems very, like, we keep seeing a lot of different strategies and stuff like that, but I think I'd prefer if we just didn't see Himmelsdorf a lot more anymore.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty slow. That's for sure.
It's not even the slow part that gets me. I think it's, I don't know. Maybe I'm just sick of this town. I want a different town. I want Lakeville back.
Yeah, that's what I missed too.
All right, guys. It looks like we are ready to go. Let's get into game number 4. Welcome to game number 4, guys. This is Super Noobs versus Horsemen, and Super Noobs are up 2 games to Horsemen's 1. They're the ones who are going to attack now here on Himmelsdorf.
All right, looking at Horsemen's tanks first. They've got 4 E100s, a 50B Bold, an E3, and a 1390. And the Super Noobs are bringing 3 215Bs. 3. It's a bit out there. An E5. E5, interesting, and a
50B and
50B and a 1390. So it's like they're trying to bring the fight.
All right, well, Spencer on the 1390, you can see he's running right through the courtyard right now. He wants to go and take a look. He's going to meet another 1390 pretty soon. But yeah, he's just scouting out there. He wants to make sure that he can see where everyone's going, make sure his team is okay. The rest of the team here, they're heading towards base capture number 1. It's the railroad track side again, too.
Horsemen sense it, though. 4 tanks in that location ready to defend it. And I think it's because Spencer scouted what's going on. You know, he's like, all right, they're moving this way. The E3 is staying near the other, A6 capture point, but it's heading back now because even he realizes at this point no one's coming here. No one's touching this.
This is kind of what Horsemen did last time. Whoa! The 1390 fight.
Funny to see another 1390 scouting this area as well.
And both of them taking equal trades. I don't know. This is pretty. They're pretty much equal.
Cowards. They should have finished it off.
Oh, Spencer with 10 HP less. And they both have 2 rounds left. This is hilarious. What do you guys gotta do?
I think they're just gonna agree to disagree or something like that. Like, I don't know what the term for this is in World of Tanks. Like, sign an agreement and walk away.
All right. While that's happening here across the courtyard, we can see that shots have been traded.
Oh, Hien wasted his shots.
Oh no.
Or maybe he just chose to reload. I think that's actually what's going on. I was gonna say like this is when like Spencer gives his like evil villain monologue as they like both hide, like they can hear each other but they can't shoot. But yeah, it looks like that fight's just gonna not end. I'm a bit sad about that because that was really exciting.
That was exciting. Okay. So yeah, here's the last in Sunbow. They're just gonna look down this side of the courtyard. Anti-lock, again, of course, he's on the castle side, shooting down, raining some shells all over the place.
Peluso turned his turret to the perfect angle, that 45 angle I was talking about, to get the best ricochet, and we just saw that happen.
Yeah, you could. Oh wow! So all the Super Noobs are just gonna keep heading north. See, it looks like they're gonna head over to the base capture number 2 spot, the A6 area.
Ooh.
And where is this base capture happening?
Hien is on
He
it.
is. Hien, this is why Spencer needs to take him out from the beginning, man.
That one story from the beginning of the game comes back, and we see if this lone tank, can he make a difference?
I don't know. Tang is gonna go ahead and join Ricky and Last to give some cover. Well, Anti-Lock just, being a menace from up there. He hasn't really hit anything. But I'm sure just having his presence up at the castle point,
Yeah, I mean,
it's unsettling.
It definitely is. It definitely shuts down that northern cross courtyard street quite a bit.
Yeah, base capture down to 60 seconds. Hien all by himself. He's going to do this.
Ricky and the last of the 2 tanks that are there to help him, and I'm not sure of how much help they will be if those E tanks come in here.
Right, that the E tanks are going to come in here. I mean, they have less than 50 seconds now to do something about it. Ironhide wants to give cover to Hien, but none of those shells really connected.
Well, if Anti-Lock gets in here though, from that angle, things could get really bad really fast. But not for Anti-Lock, for these other tanks.
Well, here comes Anti-Lock. We can see he is over by the the side. He's
All
going to
right,
come
they're
down.
coming in. Antilot could get a great angle on None right now. Hien is going to die. Sorry, Hien, your time is up. But
Yeah.
let's see what Antilot can make of it. Oh, actually, he can't get
Ooh.
the angle either. He's just out of vision.
He's just out of vision. Antiloc's going to come around and see what damage he could do. He hits Gorilla. Okay, Hien does go down, but the last now is in a really good spot to try to cover and surround these 3 tanks in the base capture. Ricky, Ironhide, the last, everyone is coming in here, and there's going to be a brawl. None does go down, so does Antilock.
Yeah, Antilot definitely didn't do the amount of damage he could have done here,
Yeah,
but this
he
is still
could've.
this is still going to be a disaster situation for the Horsemen. It's a 3v2 fight here. Spencer finally comes to help, but he's a 1390. He's not going to do what Hien could not.
Yep, Dark DH Master has a very good shot at the last. Last is going to have to turn around and see if he can retaliate, but gosh, all right, yeah, they're just trading shots now, and it's definitely going to the Super Noob favor. Last does go down. Dark DH Master, however, has 2 tanks on him.
Yeah, he's dead.
Can Archon do anything to really help him out?
Well, he's got a lot of rounds available. Maybe he can kill Sunbow, but he can't kill Ricky. That's the problem.
Yeah. Oh,
Tang is here now,
Tang
too.
is here now too. Yeah, and Archon, he's gonna have to run away as he reloads.
Unfortunately, not much space for him to run here.
Nope. And Faluso on the E100, we can't really see where he is.
He's in the middle of the map where he's about to be killed by an E5.
Oh gosh, yep.
If he misses his shot even one time, he's a dead man. By the way, 7 seconds to go on base capture anyways, independent of all of this. Okay, he does get his shot, but Ironhide should be able to finish him off here in just a second. Question is, does he kill him before the base capture?
I don't know.
Doesn't look like it. Oh, he does! And they went by elimination and base capture. That's like basically
Wow.
a Triforce, because that was like at the exact same time.
No,
like,
we can't give him the Triforce
give him the
award.
Triforce.
That's not all 3, but that was
we give him the
pretty cool.
We give him the double win condition. Though.
Okay, the
double
double-
win condition. They got both base capture and elimination at the same time.
That was actually pretty impressive.
That's
you
the
can
first
time
time
it
we've
like
ever
that.
seen that, yeah.
That was actually kind of cool. So, yeah, they win. They win on all fronts, pretty much. That was again interesting. I feel like Antilock could have done more damage in that game.
Yeah, but I mean, he still pretty much killed it. I mean, he was
Literally?
just doing it. Not to beat a dead Horseman, but I mean, he was really
God.
doing a lot of damage that game, and also giving so much cover fire to support them moving into that position. And we saw, Hien almost got the base captured himself.
Yeah,
It was
he
down to like
did.
15 seconds when he died.
I wonder how the game would have been different if Hien and Spencer just took each other out in the beginning.
Yeah, or whoever won would have given a significant advantage to either team. But we'll never know how that fight would have gone because they decided not to commit.
Theory crafting, man. That's the best part about all the tanks,
Yeah.
you know? You just sit there and you go, but what if?
But what if the next map is Steps? Oh, it is.
Oh, wait, it is. The next
So we're
map
doing
is
it.
Steps, and I think we got Horsemen are going to attack first. But again, I think this is one of those maps. Doesn't really matter which side you're on, the type of tanks that you pick, because even on defense, you can be super aggressive on this as it's a very open map.
That it is, and tanks are being chosen right now. I feel like we're going to see Horsemen try to play defensively here. I don't know if it's going to work, though.
Are we going to see the King of the Hill?
I think we will. I think they're going to try it. I think Horseman's going to try to play like standard defense style, not going to try to fight super noobs in the open field. I would not be surprised if Antilock brings a Batshat to this map. Like, he could do it. I mean, nobody else is really doing that, but I mean, he could make it work. If he's not going to do that, he's probably going to play Object 140 because his accuracy will be, appreciated in that tank. And Hien will be on a 1390, like almost 100%, I would say.
I'm really sad we haven't seen SPGs in a while.
Yeah, we saw a little bit last, last Thursday, I guess it was?
Yeah.
On Christmas Eve,
But
we
just
saw a little
not
bit
as
of
much
Mines.
as we have been. I mean, Season 1 was all about the SPG fighting, but...
Yeah, and everyone was saying they were going to really, just talking to some pro gamers from Europe and stuff, everyone was saying they were going to be like, it's going to be all about the SPGs and tier 10s, but in Asia, not so much.
Not so much, yeah. And Asians do like their own Asian tanks, like the Chinese team like to pick their Chinese tanks, and the Japanese also, obviously with the STBs and stuff, but...
Yep, B Gaming broke the rules. They brought 2 STBs. I was like, oh, guys, you can't do
It's
that.
a regional thing, man. You can't. That's just what happens. Yeah, it looks like. I mean, for me, I see that everyone is in game, but they haven't started yet, so we will have to wait it out. Steps. So what kind of tanks do you think?
Object 140s primarily. Maybe each team has one 215B, or sorry, not 215B, STB, STB1. Otherwise, no SPGs, and I think probably a Batshot, if there's going to be one, is going to be on anti-lock. Otherwise, probably just going to be Batshot free.
Batshot free.
And some 1390s to round it up, or RU-251s or T-54 light
I think
weights.
I will see an RU-251 because we always do on this map. But okay, it looks like we are ready to go, so let's head into game number 5. Game number 5 on steps. We have Super Noobs 3 to Horsemen's 1, and here are the tanks.
All right, taking out these tanks. We have some few E5s.
Whoa!
Sneaking into steps. Who invited the E5s? We got 2 E5s on the Horseman side. 1 for the Super Noobs. Anti-Luck is bringing that 140 instead of the Batshot. 251 for Hien. Spencer's on the 1390. And that pretty much rounds it up. STB1, one apiece, as you would expect.
All right, Super Noobs just going to trek on down by themselves together. Here we could see that the Horsemen are going east. They're all going to travel east and meet the Super Noobs somewhere in the middle.
Well, it looks like the Super Noobs are kind of setting up for a little bit of an ambush here. This could get messy, Susie.
I think it could, and I kind of like it.
Here we go. Shots fired on both sides. No shots connecting just yet. Tang taking some damage.
Yep.
Getting caught. Good focus fire.
Gorilla did take a little bit of damage as well, and like you said, this could get messy as everyone is just out in the open. All they have right now are trees and slight terrain to help them out. Last gets some hits, and Ironhide takes some damage as well.
Horsemen definitely taking a big lead here, and this just looks like it's going to be just like a mines brawl where everyone just kind of backs off. No one's going to commit.
Yep. And Super Noobs, I mean, I think this is a really good call by them to just back off. They took a look. They know exactly what Horsemen are now, right? And they can go position themselves better up north where their spawn point is.
All right, here we go. Horsemen have an opportunity to rush down base capture number 1 at the C3 spawn, or spot, excuse me, and they are headed that way. But a good defensive setup for Super Noobs as well. I like Super Noob's position here, actually.
Yeah, they're all grouped. They're all up north right now. They're going for that standard defensive positioning up north.
Yeah.
Where they can keep eyes on both base captures, essentially.
Tang is going to be the one who stays up the highest and the safest. Makes sense considering how much damage he sustained in the early game.
Yep, Spencer on that 1390. He's just going to peek around and see what he can see.
He wants to see what his sixth sense is. He's like, I know somebody's there, but what is it?
And the E5s are going to trek in. Do you think they're going to head to the base capture?
Not yet. I think it's a bit too risky for that. I think they're going to try to stay on this path.
Archon's like, I don't want to keep my pinky. I want to keep my pinky away from that
Yeah,
place.
Archon's like, I got to stay out of there. Let's not put that pinky tread in there.
All right, Tang does get his sixth sense. Obviously, he's being shot at.
Whoa.
Ooh.
It shows how good his position is, as you can see. Even further highlighting my point.
Yeah. Super Noobs is going to play it very standard now. They're going to just hold their ground, see if they can pick off tanks from the defensive position that they've chosen.
Well, the STB, none in this case, is like trying to find an angle on some of these tanks. Unfortunately, the STB, one of the worst tanks at long range accuracy in this map.
Well, it does hit though. I mean, it does good damage, so
That's true.
I don't see why they wouldn't pick it, I suppose.
I mean, that's why you just bring one.
Brawl, brawl, brawl. That's what I want.
You just bring one. That's all there is. There's one apiece each team.
Okay, none. Yeah, he's quietly sitting up there, all the way up north, Seeing if he just gives some cover fire, but there is really not much action going, and we're closing in on 6 minutes left of the game.
And wow, I mean, this is actually going to be now starting to work out for Super Noobs because they're like, all right, you guys just going to kind of chill?
Yep, we'll run out the clock.
Got about halfway done here.
Wow.
This actually makes me feel like really tense. Like
me too.
This is a moment where everyone's like, all right, come out, Horsemen. They're like, no, not yet.
No, we're just going to wait it out. Ricky takes damage from an unknown source. I'm not sure where that came from. It could have been None.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, look at the positioning on None. Just no one can actually hit him.
Sumbo taking some damage as well.
Yep.
All right, well, Spencer also in a good spot for spotting. So Spencer's basically trying to tell None which way to angle his rounds, probably.
Tang takes a big chunk of damage, and he's gonna. Ooh.
Looks like the Horsemen are just gonna eventually win this game by force of just firing from range. Like the Super Noobs are so clumped up that no matter what you shoot at, you're like pretty likely to get damage done.
Okay, Super Noobs are just going to. I think they realize where the shots are coming from. They're gonna run as a pack. See if they can just pick off members now. They're sick of waiting.
It's going to be basically impossible, given their current situation, to actually make this work. They're going to try for it.
They will try for it. Faluso and Gorilla are kind of stuck, but you know what? They are getting some great hits.
They've done enough. Even if they both die here without getting a single kill, I feel they've done enough.
Okay, Hien goes down on the RU-251. I guess that's not too much of a loss. But Faluso and Gorilla losing out to Object 140s may kind of give Super Noobs a little bit of a lead.
Tang is dead as well, though. And the Horsemen are all just so healthy. They can really force a fight. They don't have to be as careful.
You're right.
And this is just going to be a slaughter now. Super Noobs trying to cower behind these trees here. It doesn't matter how well they trade at this point. It's never going to be enough.
Yep, Sumbo going down. I was going to say, if they had 4 healthy tanks, it would have been okay. The Super Noobs are just dropping like flies. It's Ricky and Anti-Lock on the last 2 left, and there's not much you can do against 4 healthy tanks just coming at you.
Anti-Lock wants to kill Spencer, but I don't think he's even going to get that. Archon will finish him off here with Dark DH. One shot. Oh, Archon actually looking the other way. So Dark DH will get the kill. And then Ricky is going to go down afterwards. The ramp to finish Anti-Lock. And Horsemen are going to put themselves down now just 1 point at a 3-2 score.
Wow. So yeah, that I'm thinking if Super Noobs played that a little more patiently, like if they actually ran out the clock and positioned themselves not all clumped up, do you think it would have fared better for them?
Yeah, I think if they used their mobility a little bit more, it could have been better, but I think once they got pinned down like that, there was not a lot to do except what they did in the end.
Yeah.
If they did it faster, maybe it would have worked out better for them. But Horseman just got too many shots off. The STB, you know, like you said, like does a lot of damage when it hits, and if everyone's kind of clumped up like that, you have a high chance of hitting if you have any sort of general idea where they are.
Yeah.
And Spencer gave them that vision to know, like, all right, I saw your shot. It was like a little bit, you know, this many degrees off or whatever.
From
he
here,
can actually,
so we're just going to throw something that way and hope that it hits.
It's like, just aim a little bit higher. Spencer's like, okay, there you go, you got him. So we're going to go into steps again now.
Yes.
And Horseman could tie it up at a 3-3. A win, though, for the Super Noobs would finally put them on match point. They were close to it, but got outclassed there. We're going to switch sides now, and the Super Noobs will be on attack this time.
Yes, they are. But again, I don't know. I just feel like this map, the way it plays out, it doesn't really matter because the base capture doesn't really seem to be the objective. It's more of utilizing the clock and getting a better position to eliminate your opponent, especially this map. I know that's like the whole point of the game, but I'm just saying this map, it's not the base capture points that are the main targets, it seems. So you think we'll see a similar lineup?
I would say pretty likely, yeah. I don't think there's any reason, just based on what we saw in the last game, for any tank changes at all. Not like one tank was really the game changer. One tank was the one that like made it so that, you know, one team didn't lose or won, or there was not like one excellent play. It was just that, like, they took a ton of damage and then they had to fight because they had no other choice, and then they died because they were so unhealthy. Like, it was basically a 6v6 fight or something like that, but it was like, imagine 6 of the tanks are all at half health. It's like, you know, 6 of the tanks are fighting with one hand tied behind their back. You're not going to win that fight. So,
fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. So as we get in, we're just kind of waiting. I don't even know what we're waiting for. All the tanks are loaded. Everyone is in the game. Sidonia, Tommy is kind of in the lobby hanging out. I think he's their extra player for today.
Yeah. I think in the first game we didn't have Faluso for all the matches. He was like swapping in and out, but he seems to be pretty consistently
I think so
in
too.
it now.
Yep. And
everyone is ready.
They are. I have to say, I do see a lot of oddbucked 140s in that lobby.
Seeing it?
That's a lot.
All right, looks like it's time.
It looks like it is time. Here we go. Second game on steps. All right, guys, here we go. It is set number 6, Super Noobs versus Horsemen. Super Noobs with 3, Horsemen with 2. And now it is the Super Noobs' turn to go on the attack.
Tang has heard the call, Susie. Heard you said you want to see more SPGs. Bringing the M4043.
Yes! Welcome!
And
a lot of Object 140.
6 of them with them, no STB whatsoever. 2 E5s, 4 Horsemen. This is interesting. Looks like Super Noobs are like, wow, you know that accuracy at range could be important to us.
Oh, I think we're going to see King of the Hill.
Get up there, Nun. Go.
Go, go, go,
Get
go,
him up there.
It's interesting that they would send the STB up there of all the tanks.
Yeah, I think it's just because if it gets shot where it's most vulnerable, it's going to be right at the front where it doesn't take much damage, so it's safer up there.
Yeah.
But if Tang finds out about this, he's going to have something to say
I
about
want
it.
Tang to like start shooting in that direction. But nope, that was in record time they got none up there.
Yeah, it was really fast.
Spencer just going to jet away. He's got his 1390. Does get shot. Oh, wow. He takes a lot of damage.
I think he actually got hit by Tang, if I'm
Who
not
was
mistaken.
that? I didn't even get to see it.
I think Tang hit him. I'm not 100% sure, but I think Tang actually hit him from range.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that reload time. I'm pretty sure it was him.
I'm quite impressed with that. Especially because the 1390 was on the move.
Yeah, and it's a very fast tank, but he like knows these timings very well. This is the first time we've seen Tang on an SPG. Let's see how well he does. He's already impressed me so far, if in fact that was him. Because we normally see Tang just like, kind of one of the other, he sometimes does auto-loader, but mostly he's just like an Object 140 or like the IS-7. He kind of is a medium filler kind of player, not like the playmaker.
Yeah, Horsemen all clumped up, still near their spawning point. They're going to stay north, and again, in that defensive position where they can see both base captures. So we're going to have to see how the Super Noobs want to play this out.
Yeah, Horsemen really defensive like this. But not much room to move, and the longer this goes on, they're going to find themselves in a situation that was similar to what Super Noobs was in the previous game. The difference being that there's no tank firing at them from the left side. Nearly hitting Gorilla there was Tang. All right, well, I mean, Tang's basically the tank that was the STB1 in the previous set that was doing the damage, none in that case. Just always trying to find some damage to chip at all these tanks that are kind of bunched up here. All right, they're still solidifying their position here, and they could actually put a tank in the capture point soon.
Yeah, I'm just watching what Horsemen are doing. They are still very clumped, like you said. But again, it's defense, right? They have 7 minutes. We just hold the clock.
I feel like I kind of start to understand why we see these clumps now. Even though it makes you vulnerable to ranged attacks, one of the weaknesses of the defensive formation we saw last season, that was basically that big arc, is if a group of 7 tanks comes on the edge of the arc, the top or the bottom of it, and you can actually have like a 7v1 or 2 fight, win that, and then kind of get too much of an advantage. But that's never going to happen versus this kind of formation. Everyone's all together.
Everyone is all together. Spencer is going to lead this cavalry right now and head over to base capture because obviously it's begun. NT-Lock is the one who's sitting on the edge of it.
Ricky's going to find what he doesn't want to see, which is that all these tanks are coming his way.
Yeah,
he was most likely going to be destroyed here.
He is going to be focus fired down. Oh gosh, but Dark DH Master Gorilla missed their shots?
Yeah, he's still going to go down though.
Yeah, he is, but he could have gone down a lot faster.
Yeah, he did a little bit of damage on his way out. But this is a huge loss for Super Noobs. A very aggressive move, but a very successful move by Horsemen to move all together like that. Really surprised them.
That's the way the Horsemen's roll, man.
52 seconds to go on that base capture, but it's almost certainly going to be stopped. Very, very close to range for that now.
Yeah, Sunbow and Anti-Lock going to take some damage as they ride away into the sunset.
Down
Spencer.
goes Spencer. Still way better trades for Horsemen right now.
Ironhide still sitting in that base capture. Looks like the last and Anti-Locks kind of want to get in there and help that base capture go faster. There you go. That's 13 seconds.
Anti-Lock's going to get in there too. This could work. This is why I say Super Noobs is the smartest team. They take chances like this. They know they're going to lose this game otherwise. One. Okay, up to 15, but it's going to reset to 3.
And they just need to drive around a bit.
They've all been hit now. It's totally reset to 30. And that is going to be game over for Super Noobs.
Yes, that is. That was a really good shot, though. I mean, 3 seconds left to that base capture. It was, again, a Hail Mary move. I think they realized that they were missing tanks. They're going to lose, and so why not, right?
They
why
needed
not try
that.
it?
That was their one chance, I think. It didn't work, but...
It could have. It was very close to.
Very close.
Needed to wiggle a little bit more, or...
I think one of the tanks might have actually accidentally walked out, but we didn't get to see exactly what happened there. But
Tang is the last one left. He's like, oh no.
Make no mistake, no one in this earth thinks that Tang has a chance to, in 4 minutes and 40 seconds, kill 6 remaining Horsemen tanks on an SPG that takes so long to reload that I don't even think he could fire 6 times before the time would run out.
Nope, and we can see everyone on Horsemen scattered. They're just looking for him. They're like, we know he's there somewhere. Someone find him and put him out of his misery. There we go. Gorilla's going to be the one.
Of course it's Gorilla who would be also in the same position if it were him who finds him.
If I was a Tang, where would I be? That's where I would be.
Yeah.
Yep. And they're going to finish it off. Gorilla does finish it. Horsemen tie up the series 3-3 with that win.
Well fought, really well done, and I feel like Horsemen definitely having the better knowledge of how to play steps. They did a similar formation to what we saw the Super Noobs do, but when they saw its vulnerability, they moved together and exposed the weakness of Super Noobs' attack, and then got some free trades, basically some cool kills there. And the fourth map we're going to do is going to be Mines, and 2 wins to go for both of these teams now, so if one team totally aces this map, then we're going to have the match end, but it looks like it could go all the way to tiebreaker.
Well, we saw that Super Noobs did really well on Himmelsdorf, right? And then right now we have Horsemen doing very well on Steps. So Mines being this middle of the ground kind of map.
Yeah, I want to give the edge to Horsemen on this map, actually, based on what we've seen so far, just how they've been moving, their engagements they've been taking. I feel like Horsemen could actually come back and take this. It's totally possible.
You think so?
Yeah, it's totally possible.
Okay. Are you jinxing them by saying this?
I want to give it I would give them 55-45 if I had to pick. I wouldn't say I give them 80-20, but I'd say if I had to give an edge, I would give it to Horsemen.
Okay.
If Horsemen were right there, and I had a razor blade right now, I'd be like, this is for you. You can have this edge right now.
Right. Okay.
But I mean, we're waiting for these tanks to get picked. And once they are, we're going to jump into this next game. But it's been a really long night for Horsemen already. I feel like they did get that first win quite easily. But the second win that they're trying to grab here has been very, very difficult. Also, the attempt of Super Noobs to pass EO Gaming, that conquest that they're attempting, they really need to beat Horsemen here.
They do.
If they want to get that first place spot. It's still possible.
If Super Noobs wins this one, that brings them to 21 points. That would be exactly where EL Gaming is right now. If Super Noobs win the next 2, they surpass them and become number 1.
Yeah. So
this is actually a really important game for them.
It really is, every single match. So they don't want to give Horsemen those 3 points. Horsemen's already gained 3, which will put them on, just looking at it,
if they get
15. So they would actually tie Super Noobs if they win this match.
Gosh, yeah.
At least initially, because Super
really
Noobs might then beat the Immortals potentially. We don't know, but that's huge. If Horsemen get 6 points tonight versus 2 such great teams.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be an incredible victory for them. Horsemen right now at 12 plus 3, 15. They would definitely surpass Karen Tigers as well. So that would be something. That would definitely be something. That's a good way to start the new year for sure.
Absolutely.
All right. It looks like all the tanks are chosen. Oh, we're going to take Dark DH down and put Sidonia Tommy in instead.
Okay, he was on the outskirts for a while there, but it's time for him to shine now on mines.
Yep.
And I won't tell you guys what tank he's on yet. I'll leave it a bit of a secret.
It's going to be a secret for about 10 more seconds, I believe.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit longer. Not sure why, but maybe a bit longer.
Maybe. So everyone says go, go, go. I think we are going to start the game. And here we go into Mines. This is going to be the first game on Mines. Welcome, guys. The score is tied 3-3. This is set number 7. We have made it all the way to the 4th map. This is Mines, and Super Noobs will attack first.
All right, tank lineup time. 2 E5s, 4 Object 140s, and 2 T54 lightweights. Mirror lineups, making my job easy.
Oh yeah, it is a mirror lineup. Woo! So, okay, as we can see here, then Super Noobs just going to all rush towards that mine entrance. I think it might be brawl time. No, it is not.
2 T54s are going to the left.
Yeah,
or 1
we've
T54
got-
on the 140.
We've got 2 tanks heading over to the lighthouse side. Anti-lock and the last are going to get into the mine. But yeah, Horsemen just going to play it cautious and safe. They don't want to go all the way in there.
Oh my God, Faluso got shot from the
2
waterfront.
sides, yes he did.
That's crazy.
I totally saw that too.
He got it right over like the top of the rock. He ends a sniper.
That was really impressive. Yeah, he ends from afar. He's just going to try to be annoying as anything from over there.
This is like trying to reinvent the wheel as to how the early game is played on this map. Like, oh, everyone's gonna come over here. Well, what if you have tanks shooting at you from behind? Can you get into a good formation?
Ironhide is going to go join them over by the waterfront as well.
This is still a very, very tough angle here for the Super Noobs because even though they have some support fire, they haven't gained much ground from this. Not yet. And they're actually going to be pushed off the waterfront soon, I believe. With Gorilla looking that way, Spencer's heading over.
Ricky is still kind of lurking about, though. He's not really wanting to commit to going to the waterfront or into the mine right now.
Yeah.
All right. The Object 140 crew over by the cliff.
Now, you know, the position for the Horsemen that they're in right now is solid because they have all angles covered. The only weakness is capture point number 2, but they have 1 T54 lightweight nearby to scout whether that's going to happen or not. I think he's already told them, like, hey, it's going to happen. That's why we see Archon, Sidonia, Tommy, and Gorilla getting in position. Archon's probably even going to go down the slide. Spencer may die getting this information.
Yes, he does. Sunbow had his eye on him. Spencer does get blown up before he can get to Hien.
I think it would behoove Horsemen to send a tank down to the waterfront because those 2 Object 140s are going to start pressuring that capture point soon. They're in great position to do so. They have E5s that are not helping them and supporting them. If there were E5s down there, that'd be a totally different story, but...
Oh, gosh. Both teams know how important it is to win this game. You can see the hesitation as they're playing, the patience, really. 7 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock. Still plenty of time for both teams to make a move and or make a mistake.
Yeah. Okay. Watching Horsemen on the map now, they're sending their 140s back through the middle. Gonna try to take out Tang and Ricky.
Tang is surrounded right now. He's got 5 tanks right on him. He really has nowhere to go. Faluso, Gorilla, Tommy, and Archon in a row. The Object 140 crew is going to take down Tang one by one.
This just doesn't end up being a good enough trade. It was a really solid move from Horsemen to try to actually take control of this zone. But unfortunately, it's just it wasn't good enough. They didn't actually get anybody besides Tang. They lost the health of many of their important tanks.
I feel like they all should have fired together. They were kind of a little haphazard there.
Yeah, their focus fire was a bit off.
Yep.
And now they still have a superior fight here versus these 3 tanks, so maybe they could turn it around.
Sidonia, Tommy goes down, so does NT Lock. Now they're trading shots, but Horsemen are definitely in the worst position here.
Yeah, because they don't have any other
well.
tanks nearby to support. Down goes none. Blast will fall, but Pelusov dies first. Colin, I don't even know what to say about his position right now.
He's stuck. That's his position. And Archon as well. This
should be the end of Horsemen here on map number 1 on Steps, because they're down to 1 tank, and that will put Super Noobs on match point. But yeah, that fight for the Horsemen, they took a decisive move to try to force that fight versus those tanks, but their focus fire was off, and then the element of surprise was gone, and then that was basically the end of the story.
I like the fact that instead of brawling right in the middle, yeah, the Super Noobs did send their tanks over to the water side to get that cover fire. So as soon as one of the members of Horsemen came this way, it was like, I'm going to get shot from here and here, and almost didn't expect it.
It was like a mixture of, some teams will avoid going to the mine entirely and send their tanks around the waterfront side and on the lower ground, like below the cliff side. And then some teams will just simply agree to the brawl and will fight there. But they did something in between, so it was impossible for Horsemen to determine what was going on there until they were being hit, and they were like, oh, you sent some tanks over there, maybe we got to rethink out the situation. And it took them a little while to respond there. I don't think that was the reason why they lost, but it definitely was a cool opening. It was one of those things where it really makes you think more about what you're doing instead of like, all right, we're focusing on this one thing, this one battle. They did send their T-54 Lightweight to scout a move like that, and he did see it, was able to help respond. But still, Horsemen definitely getting a bit jarred there in the early, first minute of the game.
All right, so as we get into set number 8, if Super Noobs takes this, they actually get the whole 3 points. If they tie it up, then they're going to have to go to that match, on Cliff.
Yep.
And, I mean, that way, neither team gets home with 3 points, right? They'll have to share that 2 and 1. I'm not sure how much they would like to do that.
I think not very much, I would say. Neither of these teams want to go to tiebreaker, but for the Horsemen, that's the best they can hope for. So
at this point, yeah.
We'll see if Super Noobs can close it out. But yeah, for Horsemen, they can no longer get 3 points. I always kind of forget that's a thing when we get to this point of the series. I'm like, oh yeah, they just can't get 3 points anymore.
They just can't get 3 points.
Yeah.
They can get 2 points, but that's not really going to help them all that much. 2 points will still put them above Karen Tiger, but yeah, that's not what they want. They want to be able to beat Super Noobs because they are so close in rankings that every win really counts. Yeah, here we go. I think they are waiting.
Looks like we lost Ironhide.
Oh gosh.
He deconnected. He DC'd is what I was trying to say.
DC'd. He deconnected.
I'm like, he DC connected. Everyone's like, what? I'm like, nah. Okay. So he's going to be back in a second, no doubt.
He's ready. Wait 2 minutes, they ask.
Someone's got to, all right, so the process is you go to your router, you unplug it, kind of wait, the
count
guy,
to 10.
Listen, there's always weird superstitious things about the router. It's like, yeah, count to 10, or leave it for a minute, or your uncle's like, what I like to do is I unplug it, then I go get a pretzel from the pantry, and I come back and plug. It's like everyone's got their own way.
Yep.
But the reality is, at least for me, I literally unplug it, wait 2 seconds, and plug it back in. Usually fixes the problem. But in this case, it's going to be 2 minutes. It takes them, and looks like they're
Ironheart is still
ready.
not back yet. It's again, it's the whole online tournament thing.
Yeah, it's the vehicle of eSports. The computer. Sometimes there's problems. We always get there anyways. Sometimes you get stopped for gas along the way. Sometimes you get a flat tire. Sometimes you reset the router. Sometimes a kid in the back's screaming too much. You're like, we're almost there. But once we get that vehicle to the destination, we'll be able to get into this game.
Okay, so I think Ironhide is not being able to reconnect. We're going to get Kong Sun in the game instead. So we'll take Ironhide down.
That's a pretty big swap because I feel like Ironhide is on a higher level right now.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's either that or they disqualify,
Yeah.
right? Because they can't play. So might as well. This is why you have an extra member always sitting around, making sure that everything's going to be okay.
Well, it's good. Good thing that Kong-san is still connected.
Yes, I'm very happy for that too. And so that's what they're going to do. Switch around the players. I mean, if anything, if we can get Ironhide on the phone to let them know what to do, that might help out. But at this point,
They're like, did you jiggle the switch? He's like, yes. They're like, I'm sorry, man. We got to switch to somebody else.
oh, they're saying he is online now. They want 20 more seconds. We're giving you like the play-by-play of the lobby chat room right now.
Oh, I saw his offline indicator go away.
He's back.
He's
Okay.
in. This is really important. Like, I mean, that's one of their key
You don't think
players.
they could have done well with Kong-san?
I'm not saying they couldn't have done well, but I mean, you want to have your best player in. I feel bad for Kong-san too. They're like, all right, you can come in. They're like, oh, never mind, he's back. You cannot play.
He's like, oh, that was like his time to shine,
He's
right?
like, I'm as good as him. Obviously, he's like good enough. He's on their team, right? But
Right.
I think Ironhide. When I look at
Yeah, he's a
Ironhide,
leader.
when I look at Ironhide and NT-Lock and Tang, those are 3 players I look at on Super Noobs where I'm like, you have to have all 3 of these players. Like, if they're gone, you're just not, you're like not even really Super Noobs anymore. You're Super Noobs and B team guy that like doesn't ever play.
Actually super noobs, you mean?
Like that guy's not a super noob. Like
He's just a
actually,
noob?
but he's like sort of a noob.
All right. Well, it looks like, oh gosh, these online technical issues.
Yeah,
Can't really do much about it though.
but he's in there now, so I think everything's okay.
I hope so.
I think
hope it
everything- I
would
think
start
everything's
battle
all
pretty
right.
soon.
We just gotta get him in there. He's online.
Yes. Sorry, we're like he's online.
He's online. He's online. He's gonna join in a second, and then
And
we're
everything
gonna
will
go
be
in the
all
game because
right.
everyone else is in. We got all other
This could
5
just be, like,
observers, and both teams have all 7 members.
mind games, right? Where Super News is doing this and Horsemen
Horsemen
are
are
like,
just like-
why? I just want to go to bed now. We've been playing forever.
All right. We're watching this game like Ironhide plays like the RU-251 or something and dies in the first 5 seconds. We're like
Uh-oh.
Ironhide, please.
Yeah, we're gonna have to keep a good eye on Ironhide and see if he actually made a difference in this game. Kong-san's there like, I could have done better.
Kong-san's like, oh my god.
No, but he is the leader of this team right now, so we're just gonna have to. Yeah, I think everyone is finally ready.
All right, it's time.
Oh gosh, the start battle button has been pressed, and so it is time. We are going to get onto mines or set number 8. Welcome, guys. Here is mine, set number 8. Super Noobs with 4 wins, Horsemen's 3, and this could be match point.
That it could. 4 E5s for Super Noobs. They got a plan. 2 Object 140s only and a T54 lightweight, whereas we've got 2 E5s for the Horsemen, the same exact tank glide as last time. Same players too. They're like, oh, that takes so long. So let's keep a close eye on Ironhide here. Everyone is wondering, he's playing a 140 actually instead of a E5, but that puts him in the minority in this case. Anti-lock.
Anti-lock.
These 2 players, like, they're the ones. They've got to hold this team together. Spencer runs through.
Drive-by Spencer, like he usually does. He loves those drive-bys.
But notice how the Super Noobs did not just try to kill him and focus all attention like the Immortals did. They just ignored him. And they're going to...
They have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone headed towards the mine entrance, but no one really wants to brawl at this point. Like we said, Super Noobs, they win this, and they will go ahead and take the 3 points for tonight for this game.
Yeah, I think that the Super Noobs are just going to let this position go. They're going to try to find another way to position themselves. They're on the defense. They don't need to force anything here.
Yep, they could just run out the clock if they really, really wanted to. Spencer, all the way on the inside, just being the eyes for his team. Ooh.
Missed shot there, but a close call. Now, we do see a few Object 140s, 3 of them, moving down towards capture point number 2. But there are 2 tanks in waiting, the E5 and the T-54 lightweight are nearby. So I don't think they're going to go into the capture point. I think they're just going to try to take control of the island.
Yeah.
There are even already 2 of them heading back now as they realize, like, oh, there's tanks over here. Not going to find an option.
Okay, Horsemen, yeah, they... Just watching. It's 8 minutes now. Everyone playing quite patiently, trying to figure out the best course of action.
Now, Hien is, like, pretty well positioned to cover that area, so I think it's in Super Noob's best interest just to make sure that there's no big push by the Horsemen through the middle of the mines where they already control. None and Sunbow is like the focus that we're seeing from our observer, but in reality, neither of them can make a dent in each other.
Yeah, they are so well protected. I like Nun's positioning, though. He's just kind of hidden there, making sure he can keep an eye out on this entryway to the mine.
All right, well, time is on Super Noob's side. Almost 3 minutes now down the drain. Horsemen really need to figure out another plan of attack because just sitting behind these rocks isn't going to give them anything. Super Noobs will never just fight them. And they can't hit anybody.
Yeah.
I think they're probably just discussing right now, okay, those same 3 Object 140s are now going to swap around towards base capture number 1. It looks like, anyways, that's where they're going to head. Yeah. Coming down the road now.
Yep. And, well, Tang and the last, they're just going to stick around here because they know that there are tanks. Just waiting for a mistake from one of the, you know, each team is waiting for the other to make the mistake right now. They don't want to risk it. Faluso, Sidonia, Tommy, and Archon going to go all the way around the backside of this little village to base capture number 1.
Spencer's also, you know, somewhat close by, accompanying them, trying to get a sixth sense off to get an idea of how many tanks are going to defend this
Ricky
location.
is back there, though. Ricky has his eye out. He wants to make sure that no one's going to be able to take that. Spencer gets hit somewhere off the screen. So does NT-Lock.
NT-Lock taking damage is the first damage Super Noobs have taken all game.
Yep. I wish we could see where he is.
I'm trying to figure out if I can tell you. Oh, he's to the south a little bit. South center. And, I mean, this is just a really patient game. This is, I feel, one of the weaknesses of the new format is because this sort of thing can happen. The attacking team has so much time to kind of figure out a plan that these kind of, I mean, this is for viewers' sakes, right? Where, you know, there's this moment where, like, the attacking team has so much time to figure out what they want to do. The defense team just is like, I am not going to give you an edge. I am not going to show myself in any way.
Right.
You guys are hoping for the best, but it's not going to happen.
5 minutes and 20 seconds now.
Yeah. And I feel like this is, even with a new format where they have 3 more minutes of time, I'm starting to really worry for the Horsemen. They have not found any ground here.
No, they haven't. Ricky just firing off some shots, making sure that the Horsemen know that that area is covered, keeps them on their toes without coming in to try to cap this base.
Well, let's see if like the Horsemen can figure out a plan here, because right now they seem clueless.
Yeah.
They're basically sending Object 140s around here. They're like, oh, they're over there, and now they're just kind of sitting here. They seem to really.
I mean,
they're clearly like in comms right now discussing what to do.
Yeah,
because
and this could only end in a brawl inside a base capture point. Because at some point, Horsemen are going to need to do something, right? They're going to have to try to cap a base or kill everyone off, and I have a feeling it'll brawl out inside a capture point.
Looks like they're going to try to maybe like 5v2 these E5s.
And
That's a plan. It's a plan. They figured out their plan and they're going to go for it. I don't know if this is going to work.
I don't know either. Ricky is going to take some shots before he goes down. He knows he's outnumbered, but not bad.
They've taken a ton of damage already on their way over. And now the rest of Super Noobs are responding. They know the strat. They need to respond. Ironhide, the most important player here. Let's see what he can get done.
Ironhide, yep.
You made your team
wait. He slides down. They're going to run off, use the mine as cover. But,
he even takes a shot across the way.
Well, on the other side here, we can see Tang, the last. There's definitely a brawl going on over by the base the mine entrance.
Yep, Colin is going to be the next to fall here. Looks like Tang survives just barely. He gets out of Colin's line of fire. The last will finish Colin off with Ricky here. Actually, looks like Hien the one to get the final kill. And the Horsemen are down to 5 tanks, just barely.
Just barely. Super Noobs have pretty much all their tanks. I mean, again, just barely. Nope, NT-Lock does go down, but so does Faluso. And at this point, Super Noobs definitely with the edge. And they're going to win 3 points. Spencer. Stonia, tell me I'm sorry, dude. You're the last guy. Sandy's like, where are my buddies?
He's going to be the last one. Let's see if Ironhide gets the last kill. How poignant would that be? I don't think it's going to happen. The last doesn't even go down here. Sidonia Tommy falls, and Super Noobs will take that last final drawn-out game to secure their 3 points.
Yes. The last actually ended up with 44 HP at the end of that series. But I'm always amazed at these tanks that can continue surviving with like the minimal amount of HP because they still dish out damage, and it's amazing.
Yeah, it's important to keep those tanks protected in those really, really high-pressure situations, those really important moments.
I'm really sorry, guys.
No, she's not feeling well.
I'm actually just dying right now on cast. If I keel over and die, can you make
I'll solo it for the rest.
Okay.
I'll call the paramedics first, I promise.
Great. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Hopefully I do come back and I'm not dead for this last set, but we will see you guys in just a little bit.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the third set of the evening. We have for you Super Noobs versus Immortals. And in case you're just tuning in, it's actually been a triple-double header tonight.
Yeah.
We have Super Noobs playing twice, Immortals playing twice, and Horsemen just played twice.
So just 3 teams today, which is a bit of a unique situation, but we saw that Super Noobs were the dominant force. You know, Horsemen crushed the Immortals, and then the Super Noobs did defeat Horsemen, although it was a really close series.
Yeah,
Horsemen are looking like so strong right now. So if you take a look at what has just occurred, unless somehow the Immortals just really match up well versus the Super Noobs, it's going to be a tough time for the Immortals. But here's the Super Noobs. They just won their previous set.
Yep, and we saw Hien. He was the one who was going to face Spencer over on Horsemen on the, the 1390s, the tier 8s, the specialty tanks there. Ironhide did have a little bit of connection issues, but he's back, definitely the captain. And you know what? It's actually really important that he's on that team, calling all the shots, and I'm really glad he was able to come back in the end.
Yeah, really, really important, because being offline, not only like in-game means he probably lost comms with his team, so he couldn't even give them advice and stuff, even if he could have, even if he like couldn't get into the game, but couldn't also talk to them. It's just a really bad situation.
And other players to look out for. I mean, we've been saying it's NT Lock, he's great. Ricky and Tang really, they definitely pulled their weight here, and the last as well. So those are the members that you want to keep an eye on. For Immortals, we saw them earlier in match number 1. Again, Hades, Sun Hades, Catan, Tom Hager, Rap. Those guys have all been playing pretty consistently throughout Season 2 so far.
Yeah, they really, really have done a great job. And the Immortals are a strong team. Don't underestimate their skills. It's just that when you match them up against these top teams today, they're having a bit of trouble. They were one of those middle-of-the-road teams towards the top last season, and now, again, they're filling a similar role, but these teams are playing it so they are so good that they're having a bit of trouble. They didn't take a single game off of Horsemen, but maybe they can do something against the Super Noobs here.
Yeah, and again, 2 new members, Tom Hager and Rap, weren't with us in Season 1, so probably a lot of, the team trying to figure out how to work with these members.
Yeah, adapting a little bit,
yeah.
Getting used to these new guys and stuff. It's definitely really important, and it will take some time. And we're still kind of getting about halfway through just the round robins here.
Yep.
So
today is day number 10.
That's right.
Already 10 days of...
That's kind of crazy.
I know, it kind of is, of Season 2. All right, it looks like the maps have been picked so far. The first map will be on Himmelsdorf. Then we have Mines, Steps, then Prokhorovka, and the tiebreaker being on Cliff.
Yeah, as you would expect. So basically our 4 bread and butter maps, especially with Steps making a big comeback. It would have been Ghost Town maybe before.
Yeah.
Or like occasionally Murvanka, but Steps is back in the meta right now. We're seeing it almost every game, or every match today.
Yeah.
In fact, actually, yeah, every single one, all 3 of them, we saw Steps
we
make
did.
it through. That may be somewhat related to the fact that we only have 3 teams, and like these teams specifically just like Steps.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm excited to see that. So we will see the first 3 maps no matter what, and we'll see if maybe the Immortals can bring us to that 4th map, if they can fight their way through it. I think a lot of fans, especially Vietnamese fans watching, tuning in, really want to see that happen.
I'm going to say I have to give that edge. I'm going to take that Razor Blade back from Horsemen, and I'm going to hand it over to Super Noobs, because, yeah, if we just see how things have panned out today, Super Noobs taking that, Horsemen taking that 5-0 win versus Immortals, and then, Super Noobs beating Horsemen just by process of elimination, right? But again, they've been waiting about an hour or so, maybe practicing a little bit, get their confidence back up. So we're going to have to see how things pan out. I think game number 1 is ready. So here, let's get on to Himmelsdorf. Welcome to the 3rd match of the evening. We have Super Noobs versus Immortals, set number 1. And the Super Noobs will attack first.
Tank lineup time, Susie. The Immortals are rocking 3 E100s on the defense, 2 IS-7s, no IS-4, a Conqueror and a T-54. And for the Super Noobs, they're bringing a 50B. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. 1 E100, 3 215Bs, which are starting to make a little bit more of a comeback on this map. And they are bringing an E5 as well as a 1390. But I'm happy to see that the 50B is kind of finding its place in this map. Reminds me of the old 2 AMX 5100s that we used to see in the past. I think it's smart. I think it really has a place in how this map is being played right now. And I'm hoping that Anti-Lock, I think probably one of the best auto-loader players in this league, will show us some really cool stuff.
Okay,
again.
so Kongsun has actually joined us for this series. I'm trying to figure out which member it was that they replaced him with.
I'm just looking at it. Not sure,
All right.
actually.
Well, while we were thinking about that, Catan here, he's in his position. This is where he was during the first matchup against Horsemen. He likes this spot and tries to snipe a bit of a kill, but doesn't really do much damage. Oh gosh, and on his way out, Anti-Lock.
He's locked on.
Wow.
I think it's the last that we're thinking of, is not playing this match.
Ah, thank you.
So, nearly a kill there for Anti-Lock, so already a good start. And they have control of the south part of the map now. It looks like that's where they're going to be pushing. And with these 215Bs, they can certainly push hard. Anti-Lock is going down to check how many tanks are in the second capture point. Very risky. He also wants to make sure no one is sneaking up this way. If they were, he'd be happy about it, actually, because he'd be like, all right, this is a perfect opportunity for you guys to take capture point number 1. That F2, the view from the C2 bar is clean so far.
C2 bar is pretty empty here. Oh, his Sixth Sense does go off and needs to back away just in case. Okay, right now, Hien and Ricky, they're going to try for this railroad spot, but already they could see that there's been shots fired.
Yeah.
They're going to have to be careful here.
All right, checking out the this path here that Hien is going to take. It's clear so far. Getting into the capture point, he might just Hail Mary it. He might just roll for it.
Oh, he does make it in there. He's going to hide behind the depot right now, but he does take a hit. He is at 530 HP. He's going to have to be really careful. But by being there, again, it's going to cause the Immortals to come out and have to do something about it to stop this base capture.
Now, if they can get the 215Bs in position behind him, then this is going to be really tough for the Immortals to break this position. So far, so good. They've gotten 2 of them there already. Oh, and Anti-Lock is locked on again to Hades.
Anti-Lock is so dangerous up on this castle side.
Anyone who gets into range of him is in his sights.
Yeah.
And he is not going to miss.
He's so good. I think Anti-Lock is my new favorite Obelisk for this season, since I heard Obelisk is on a business trip. That's why we haven't seen much of him on Karen Tigers.
Sad to hear it, but I'm hoping his endeavors go well.
Well, yeah, real life sometimes has to trump, you know, your gaming career and profession, depending on what you do. Catan from afar, he's going to try to hit, he's trying to finish the base capture, try to reset it. That's the word I was looking for, reset.
Ricky is getting pretty close to actually getting into the base capture if he so desires to force his way in.
To be careful at this point. There's definitely Catan, you know, with his turret facing that way, wants to make sure he can take that hit.
Oh!
And he does!
Catan also ruined that methylamine tank. Now how's Walter White supposed to make his meth?
Ah, gosh. Alright, Sirius. Hien does try to take a bit of... Oh, man. He takes off a little bit of Sirius, but he goes down. It's okay. He's the one on the 1390.
Anti-Lock's on wrap now. Look at this. Anti-Lock is everywhere. He's like now on the opposite side of the castle. He's on the low ground.
Wow. I think just single-handedly, he almost took out Rap easily.
Hades is vulnerable now as well. Now the Sirius might try to protect him.
Tongson
is stuck.
I love how Anti-Lock just like basically emptied out all his shells and then pulls back, doesn't even get hit.
Nobody even knows where he is exactly. Like, they couldn't even figure out where he was.
Yep. And everyone on Immortals, although alive, are very, very low on health.
So Anti-Lock becomes now even more important because we talked about this all the time. Tank count is always better than hit points.
That
always.
is very true.
But if Anti-Lock gets all of his shots off, he can like kill 3 tanks alone by himself with his next round of
He is scary.
shots.
Yep. All right, Unreal Rogue is going to be the next to go down. Tang finishes off that tank. Hades is the next one, and one by one, the low health tanks of the Immortals are going to drop.
And this is not looking good for the Immortals now. They're actually tied in tank count, and now they're even behind in tank count.
That was a perfect. What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know. I'm not entirely
Oh,
sure.
you're. I'm like, where they all shoot together as one.
Oh, focus fire?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry,
it
I
was.
think the antihistamines and the, the decongestions are starting to get to me now.
Well, hang in there. We got one series to go, but Sun is going to try to be a hero. Don't try to be a hero, Sun.
He can't be the hero. He could try. No, you know what? It's fine. The valiant effort is there. He can try to be the hero, but doesn't really look like he's going to be able to do that. Tang's like, might as well let me sit in here and see if we could cap the base at the same time.
He's the hero they deserve, but not the one they need right now. Down he goes, and now the Catan is like,
yeah.
Got 3 tanks to kill.
And Sumbo's just going to come around and finish that off. Super Noobs will go ahead and take game number 1. I guess in a way that's kind of what we expected to happen.
Yeah.
I don't want to say that the Immortals are not as good, but so far Super Noobs is just proven to be really, really good.
It's funny when we have a match like today, where you have 3 double headers, because you can really look at the teams play or the players playing, and you'd be like, well, this team got crushed by this team.
Right.
Then that team even lost to this team, and now that team that beat the team that crushed the other team is playing against that team. You can reasonably expect that, on a logical sort of like scale of like circles
process
of like
elimination, right?
You can look at this and go, well, most likely they will have an even harder time versus the team that beat the team that destroyed them. So they really just need to kind of, I feel like, it's not that winning this is out of the question, but I think they just need to give a good showing. Don't get upset. Don't get frustrated when they start to get behind, because already now they're 0-1, and I would expect that Super Noobs will win game 2 on Himmelsdorf as well. So you got to hold themselves together, try to take a few maps here. If that works out, then they can start thinking maybe we could win this series. But little baby steps. This really strong team.
And we don't know yet. They could win. They could tie it up on Himmelsdorf. Just one win so far. It shouldn't make them feel too bad. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I have to agree.
Yeah.
Now we're getting ready here. All the players are in the lobby now. Sides have swapped.
Yep. The last is the one who isn't a part of the Super Noobs for this roster. At this point, we're waiting on Ricky.
Yes.
And Tang. They both have the disconnect symbol on them. Just have to make sure all of our players are ready to go and all their tanks are picked. So
that's right.
That's where we're going at. In case you guys are just tuning in, we're letting you know that we don't have a cast on Thursday. Actually, that's New Year's Eve. And you should go out and enjoy New Year's Eve.
Yeah. And hey, if you don't want to go out, you want to stay home, chill, play some World of Tanks, if you missed our last broadcast, go check out the VODs.
That's true.
We would love to, see you guys there in like a time machine sense. Like we'll see you back in the past. Come check out some VODs. And we'll be back on a week from today on the following Monday. So just a little bit of time off, but we'll be back.
We'll be back in 1 week. We'll see you next year. I guess that's actually we can say that. You have any New Year's resolutions?
I had not even really thought about it. I had not even really thought about that.
I mean, I guess every year it's the same for most women. It's I want to spend less. I would like to lose 5 pounds. I would like to be healthier, work out, eat less.
Yeah, for me it's like maybe I shouldn't eat as much pizza. I'm like maybe
save some money.
Well, I mean I'm like maybe I should spend some more money. Like maybe I should stop being so cheap. Like maybe I should like go out a little bit more often. Like
cut down
buy
on
something
drinking,
nice. Buy something nice for my buy something nice for my friends, because I don't really buy gifts for people that much. Like I'm pretty terrible at that. Like. I mean, maybe that could be it. Maybe, I don't know. Not every time I go home from World of Tanks, like buy like 2 packs of M&Ms and eat them while watching Twitch TV, because that's like what I do every night. There's definitely some stuff I could change about my life. Yeah, I guess there's like I hadn't really thought about it, but like now I'm like, I mean, I could be a new person.
Yeah. I mean, that's what people do at this time of year, right? We come up with New Year resolutions that we stick for probably through January, and then everyone kind of like forgets about. But anyway, we can talk about that a little bit later. I think the game is ready to go, so here we go on to set number 2. Welcome back to Himmelsdorf, everyone. Super Noobs versus Immortals. This is set number 2, and now the Immortals are the ones who are going to be on the attack.
So, looking at these tank lists, let's talk about the Immortals first since they're on the attack. 2 100s, E100s, 2 IS7s, the 215B 183 variation, 5120. They're getting like really technical with this tank lineup.
Yeah.
And a T54 medium. Now, on the side of the Super Noobs, E100, IS4, 215B, IS750B, Waffen E100, and a 1390. I said that really fast because I don't want to lose what's going on in this game, and like, that's literally 7 different tanks. So
yeah, that's a lot of different tanks. This is the most diverse tank list we've seen in a while.
Well, you know, that's a cool thing about this format is before, like, there were tanks that were clearly the best. Like almost always would be like, all right, 4 IS3s, 2 50Bs, 5100s, and a 1390. Like almost every team was running that every time. Now it's like, well, we get like a little bit more technical because there's so many really good viable tier 10 tanks. So that's exciting.
Yeah, and again, I think Himmelsdorf is the map for it. You know, there's different types of strategy. The map is just so wide open.
Yeah, it's slow enough to where you can really have time to use slower tanks and be strategic with them. Whereas like on a map like Prokhorovka or Steppes or even Mines, like you can't really experiment as much with tanks like this.
Speaking of slow games, here we are, 8 minutes and 36 seconds, and this is probably as slow as you can get.
When you look at this map, like when we're that zoomed out, if you look, you see like all those buildings in the background. They seem like so below the map. Like, you know, there's this castle and there's like all the buildings below. It almost feels like this whole map is like a larger castle. Like this whole map is the castle to like an even bigger Himmelsdorf below.
Oh yeah, maybe. That's creepy. That's like Inception.
Then maybe that below is like the castle to like an even larger Himmelsdorf. Like we're in the Himmelsdorf universe now. Hades does take a shot here through the courtyard at it looks like Hien was his target, but he's not able to connect. He did hit Kongsan earlier though.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna try to hit someone, and he knows that there's tanks over there because that's probably where the Immortals would. Where the Immortals would have been. So here's Tang hanging out at the C2 bar.
Yeah.
The IS7 C2 bar.
Yeah, one day he's waiting for that lovely female IS7 to walk up and he'll ask if he can buy her a drink. She's like, this bar has been destroyed for years. He'll be like, I know, I just always wanted to say that. But for now he's lonely.
It's all right, he's actually waiting for a nice anything to come up the railroad track so he can shoot at it. That's what he wants to do.
That's what he's working on right now. There is a T-54, it's the Sirius nearby, but not in range.
Everyone's pretty spread out all over the map if you know, we're going back to that aerial view. And again, very slow, patient game. Immortals don't want to chance it. I understand that, but they need to make a move.
They will eventually.
It's under 7 minutes now, and Rap and Unreal Rogue on the E100s are going to come around, join Sirius, possibly see if they can help him out in the base capture number 1.
Am I watching this right now? Is he sneaking up on... Like, what?
What is going on?
Oh, that's the Catan and Tom Hager. Oh, like, the thing confused me. The health bar, like, covered it. I was like, am I watching NT-Lock, like, just right behind them? Like, not shooting them? Okay, that was just the health bars confused me. I was like, see if you look at it like this, it looks
there we
like...
go. I was like, yeah, why is Tom...
I didn't realize that was the Catan. I thought the Catan was on the low ground and NT-Lock was on the high ground for a second. I was like, what in the world is happening?
Yeah.
I should have just, like, looked at the mini-map and all would have been very clear to me, but okay.
It is a little bit confusing. I have to agree. All right, NT-Lock still just tickling him, his tank down at the bottom of the ramp here. Yeah.
That's how I would describe it. Yeah.
Tickling the ramp, that's what he's doing.
He's flirting with danger though, because the Catan is supported by Tom Hager. They are looking to engage him.
They absolutely are.
But Intilog is like,
yeah.
come at me, and if you don't, it's fine. We only got 5.5 minutes left until you guys are out anyways.
That is really confusing. Yeah, so you can see Antiloc's got his eyes on Tom Hager as soon as he comes out.
That's like the moment where I'm like, am I old? Like, the game's confusing me now. Like, uh-oh. Ricky's taking some fire here.
Right.
The Sirius is just going to go in.
Finally, there is some movement. Sirius is going to start the base capture, and I think Unreal Rogue will stick around the side, give some cover fire before heading himself?
Yeah, looks like it. Maybe he wants to get on the edge here. He needs to get a better angle than that, though. He's slowly trying to angle his way in. Or no, he's actually going to take a shot at Antilog. Okay, it's time.
It is time. Katana's going to head down. Antilog needs to be careful. He's going to bait them, but there is another tank waiting to take that shot. Tom Hager and Katan both taking some damage as Antilog runs away.
Now, meanwhile, Tang, sitting on the bar, does deny base capture initially, but with 3 tanks in there, it's going to take more than him. Hien will need to participate, and they need to reset more than one. He needs to hit Wrap.
Oh, Katan does go down. Sirius gets the hit.
Okay, that's important
That
too.
was really important. Tien is going to try to... Oh, it gets focus fired down, though. They did not want any of that.
Okay, well, more tanks need to get over here.
Yep.
And, okay.
Tang did a good job. Yeah, he denied it again. But again, Super Noobs just need to come over here and make sure that this doesn't get captured. They have 15 seconds.
All right, Sun's going to be killed, and they've got a clear shot at that base. But you know what? I still don't know if they're going to be able to deny this, actually.
Ironheart is going to go in there and
he needs to be like, he needs to just let Sun go. He needs to get over there. Antilog is coming too, but time is running out. Oh, they missed!
I think Immortals is going to take the win.
Whoa.
No way.
That was like, I watched like 6 different misplays happen at once.
I'm so confused what just happened there.
They actually did not... I'm like a bit of a loss for words. There were 3 tanks that could have gone towards that base capture. They were shooting at Sun. They were shooting at Sun.
Yeah, they should.
Sun has like 12 hit points left, and they missed him twice, and they could have been going over. And then finally, Antilog's like, guys, like, do I have to do everything? Like, I know I was like doing damage all game long, but I guess I'll come all the way over and stop the base capture. Then he missed too.
That was
unnecessary. The IS-7, who was Tang in this case, cannot do it all alone, especially with tanks blocking the fire. Even if Tang hit one of those tanks, it would have reset to like 15 maybe. I don't know exactly how many tanks were in there at that exact moment, but things would have gone all right. They needed to get those tanks to the... They had a massive lead in hit points. They can just ignore those other tanks and hit the tanks in the base capture once, and then they win the game. It was that simple, but they didn't do it.
They just got flustered. I mean,
that was weird.
That was really weird. That was really weird. We're both kind of in... What?
Well, now Immortals has done to Super Noobs what they could not do to Horsemen and taken a single game. They've tied it up, and that's a big victory, even though I think they're probably almost as confused as we are that was allowed to happen. They're probably like all screaming and high-fiving like, yeah, we did it! But now we got to carry that momentum into Mines.
Yep.
Because things are going to get a little bit more technical here. You're not going to be able to just sit in the base capture to get the win on this one.
I can't believe they did that. Why did they? Yeah, they did. There was no need for them to focus on Sun. They could have just ran into that base capture and deny. Even if they like hit them with their with their turret, just poked at them. That would have been fine. All right. Well, this next map is going to be Mines. We're going to go ahead and show you this cute little video of it.
I believe,
once it's up, yep, and you guys can see.
Video's not that cute though, Susie.
It's pretty cute. Look how beautiful it is.
I mean, it's beautiful. See, that's what I call it. I don't know if I call it cute. But there are 2 capture points on this map. Until recently, they haven't been that relevant in the tier 10 meta. We are seeing a few tanks utilize capture point number 2 a little bit more often, and every now and then capture point number 1 gets contested. This map is mostly decided by fights around the second capture point or on the mine. Both tanks will rush towards that high ground in the middle of the map, and the winning team of that battle will get an advantage for vantage points, and then the game will kind of transition. The losing team will have to try to go back, lick its wounds, and find another way to either attack or defend, depending on the situation. most of the time the defending side will win the battle slightly, but the attacking side can sometimes just simply win the game if things go wrong for the defending team.
Yep. And speaking of which, it is Super Noobs who are going to be defending first. Actually, I guess I've been saying attack more. So Immortals will be on the attack first. And coming into Mines, do you think they'll go with the super aggressive, like surprise them strategy?
You know, I can't say for sure at this point. The Immortals have shown us like a bunch of different stuff already today, like different strategies and different maps. So hard to predict what they're going to do. And so for the Super Noobs as well, it's hard to like kind of create a counter strategy that I think for this first game, they're going to feel each other out for sure.
Okay, all right. Well, let's take a look, see if that is the case. We're going to get onto Mines. The score is tied 1-1. It is Super Noobs versus Immortals in set number 3. Immortals will attack first.
All right. So, 4 E5s for the Super Noobs, kind of revealing their strat here, and 2 E5s for the Immortals. So, kind of like what we saw in the previous set, kind of the two strategies alternating against each other. Let's watch this a little bit as time goes on, see if this becomes a more standard thing, and who picks the 2 E5s and why. In this case, it's going to be the Immortals on the attack.
Yep, and everyone, although they are heading to the mines, we see Catan, he's going to go towards the lighthouse side. Anti-Lock is going to take some damage first on a drive-by shooting.
Anti-Lock's like, don't shoot at me. Just because I'm not an auto-loader doesn't mean I'm not actually just as good as I always am. Well, what we saw the E5s do in this case, I believe it was Horsemen that did this earlier, was they sneaked around to base capture 2 and sat in it and controlled that area while sitting back to hide themselves initially. Now we're seeing Super Noobs are just obviously going to let this go. We also see 3 object 140s on the east side. We did not see that when the Horsemen tried this, and I wonder what that's going to be all about.
Oh, yeah.
This
Over
is
on the east,
unique.
yeah. I feel like they're again going to try to do the fast base capture with the 3 tanks.
Yeah.
Tom Hager being, you know, the one to perhaps start it. Hades on the lightweight.
Remember when I said earlier at the beginning of this game, I was like, well, they're going to try to see if they can continue that momentum, but they're not going to win by just simply sitting 3 tanks on the base capture. I stand by that. I feel like this could draw a lot of attention, but they're going to have to be supported by Rap, Unreal Rogue. They're going to have to rotate around and try to sandwich these tanks around the base capture point number 1 because just trying to rush it down and hoping for the best. That's like what Run did last season, you know, but
I
that's
think
not
what they're
going
to do here is the tanks over by base capture number 2 is try to lure out, you know, the Super Noobs to come and fight them. Maybe start base capture number 2 and have all the tanks go out that way and then, you know, sneakily cap the other one.
That could happen. That could work.
Here we
Tang is
go.
looking
Yep.
down this way.
Like I said, here's Hades in base capture number 2. He's going to try to lure out the Super Noobs to come out to the beach side so that the other 3 can cap the other side.
Already reset here. They're not too worried about him. Tang knows, he knows something suspicious
Yeah,
is going
there's
on over
definitely
there.
something sneaky going on.
Anti-Lock sees him too, but instead of going for the base capture, they're going to try to kill Anti-Lock because they've got a clear shot, but Tang's going to support here in just a second as soon as he gets a shot in between these houses. Misses it though.
Misses that one shot. And now they are aware that Tang is there giving cover fire. Gonna go straight for Anti-Lock though. They do not want him to do damage anymore. Tang gets focus fired down. He's going to take a ton of damage, and here's a small little brawl that's gonna happen next to the mines. Tang does go down.
So does the Sirius though in just a second here, and Tom Hager as well.
Hager.
But so is Ricky, getting very, very low here. And I actually like the Immortals position way better right now, especially because Hades is still alive.
Yeah, Kong Sun and Ironhide both taking quite a bit of damage.
All right, now off screen, we do see a battle on the waterfront side as well. Hien is being killed there.
And Kong Sun does go down. Wow,
I think Immortals are actually
going to
take this, yeah. This strategy, I think we may have misread it. It was just simply to try to get some kills on the side and surprise the tanks rather than try to get the base capture while everyone was looking elsewhere. Only Tang and...
Ooh, Anti-Locked out. That was a big explosion on him. Catan goes down. It's only Sunbow and Ironhide left now, and I don't think there's really much Ironhide could do by himself versus, yep, 3 tanks. Sunbow, buddy.
Well, he is. He's just not going to be. Not going to be able to help anybody. He's just going to surrender, I think.
He should.
Looks like he was, and then they missed him, and he's like, guys.
He needs to stop moving if he's going to surrender, though.
All right, he reveals himself a bit here. Looks like he's actually not going to surrender it, but
No,
they're
I
going
think
to kill
he's
him.
trying to see if he could take one down with him. It would be a personal victory. Unreal Rogue.
Looks like he's going to win by ramming.
Yeah.
Well, not
Nope.
quite. Sun gets the last shot, though. The Immortals take the lead.
Wow. So this logic thing is not really working
No.
out right now.
Every game is different, though, and every, like, I mean, it really is. Like, every game is just simply that. It's a series, and you can take statistics and use them to predict who's going to win or who's going to be ahead or who's going to have an advantage. But, you know, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter if one team plays badly, that even if you predicted them to win, if they make mistakes or the other team suddenly plays godlike, like the Immortals are playing much better than they did in the previous series, I feel. Maybe they're more warmed up now. But they're taking a lead now. And we're going to go into game 4 again on mines, and maybe they could even jump up to game 3 with, or rather to 3 points if they can really pull off a win here and keep the streak going.
That would be nuts. It's also probably the different styles that they're facing, right? Different teams have different styles, and some are more difficult to face than the others. But this is quite interesting. I really didn't think Immortals had it in them to take off 2 games, especially because they didn't win any against Horsemen earlier today.
Yeah. Well, this is just kind of crazy. I'm like a bit of a loss because the first game that the Super Noobs lost was like a big mistake. But then the second game that the Immortals just won was like really good play, a cool strategy. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Immortals are going to do in this next game, like what sort of strategy they got planned. Maybe they have something else planned now that they're going to be on the defense. They've got another really cool technique plan. Maybe they prepared more for this match than the match versus the Horsemen. Maybe they studied Super Noobs more.
Oh, maybe because this is the harder one.
Yeah, exactly. Like
they
they prepped like super hard for this one. And it's starting to show. It's really hard to say, but I'm pretty...
Or they could have watched the game right before and kind of gotten a better feel for them as well.
That definitely helps, and I feel like I have like a profound respect for how well they played in those last 2 games. I'm enjoying it.
All right, well, we're going to have to see how they do on mines. Was that a fluke or was it actually, skill? It seems that they knew the map very well, and that was definitely a strategy that they wanted to execute, and they did. And capitalized on Super Noobs' mistakes. So that was very well done by them. I think they are changing tanks now. And we're just waiting for one more. Kong Sun is locked in.
Yeah.
And we should be able to head into the next game pretty soon.
That's right. Got all the spectators in. Just got to get all the players to say they are ready. And then we will jump into game number 4. The next map after this will be steps, but, let's finish off mines first before we talk too much about that. All right, Super Noobs are ready. Asking the Immortals now for confirmation.
This is the hardest part, right? Where you're not even sure if they are probably sitting there trying to come up with the best strategy, and they're like dragging this on as long as possible. Like, guys, we really need to figure out what we're doing before jumping into this.
Immortals have not locked in their ready buttons, so we're still waiting on that one.
We are. We can go back to New Year's resolutions talk.
Yeah, so tell me a little bit about yours. Maybe.
I just told you. It was like the list of like
so
lose some weight.
So you're just like all other girls, is that what you're saying? I thought you were different.
That's me. No, I mean, realistically, it's just work harder, be happier.
Yeah?
It's easier to do that, I suppose.
All right.
Yeah, I've gotten over the actual, like, tangible things, I suppose. But all right, we are all locked in. Immortals said ready, and we can get into this next game. All right, guys, here we go. Immortals are up 2 games to Super Noobs 1. This is set number 4, and Super Noobs will be on the attack.
All right, here we go. 2E5s apiece. Oh, they're both going 2E5, 4 object 140s, and TV4 lightweights.
Oh, it's a mirror matchup. And we can see Super Noobs are going straight for the mine area. Minus Hien and Kongsun, I believe, they are headed to the lighthouse. I mean, this is exactly what the other team, what Immortals did last time.
Hades is like, he's crazy. He actually just did that. Like, he went in there, then he went back. I'm like, you can't go and then go back. You have to like go or not go, and he still survived. So props to him. Some smart movement there in his indecisiveness.
Okay, Wrap does take a bit of damage. So there was going to be a brawl, and then now everyone in Super Noobs just going to pull out. It looks like they're going to head back to their spawning point and or to the beachfront.
It's interesting how aggressive the Immortals are going to be here. It kind of goes against the rules of this map, but I mean, they're thinking outside the box, and I like it. It worked for them last game. Kind of like trying to surround those tanks near the spawning point if they continue to push that way. What a crazy shot that was. Super far away.
Wow, already base capture number 2 is going to start. Again, this is, oh.
Looks like they're just passing through. But this is not a place they want to pass through. They're actually going to be surrounded and totally cut off. And they might end up getting caught here 5v2. Ironhide, this is not where you want to be, man. Oh, this is actually going to be like a terrible position. He needs to get out of here.
He's going to get out, yeah. He's like, move! I don't want to be there with him. Sun, Sirius, and Tom Hager, they're going to come down this ramp in hopes to be able to catch Ironhide off guard, but...
The rest of them are coming up now. Sirius getting some crossfire from that T-54 lightweight as well.
Yep, Ian is over on the other side. He's trying to chip away at Catan. Catan won't have any of it, though. He's going to come straight for him.
Oh, Tom Hager taking a shot from Anti-Lock from across the way as well. Looks
yeah,
like a pretty...
look at that. Catan's like, nope, I don't want you here. So they're just going to hang out behind this rock and blow each other up.
Yeah, Catan killed him very privately there.
I know.
I'll kill you, but I'll give you your privacy. The Super Noobs definitely got the better end of the trade here. But when you look at tank count, the Immortals have that advantage.
Anti-Lock is still alive with 3
health.
HP. What?
Well, he's never going to be able to get off that island.
What is that? If he could still do some damage from there, though, I mean, that is worth it.
Let's see what he can get done. It's actually crazy.
That is super crazy. And from far away now, Ricky does take a bit of damage, but he's going to use that rock to give him cover. Oh, that wasn't enough cover. Sun does explode him as he burns on fire and his driver is dead.
So, 5 versus 6 tanks in Immortals' favor. Really want to give the Immortals the edge here, though, with the positioning that they've got. Like, they're going to catch Tang.
Tang is kind of stuck in this crevice.
Wow. The Immortals are doing it. They're, like, beating Super Noobs.
Straight up, too.
Yeah, straight up, like, from strats. Their strategies are really cool.
It's just so interesting to see, where was this team when they were playing against Horsemen?
The Unreal guys and Super Noobs can still win this. It's a pretty even game, but I mean, like, even though they're, like, actually sort of behind now, as I look at it closer, I'm still, like, thinking to myself, I'm like,
they could win this.
They're, like, making this real. Like,
Kongsun,
this is, like, not what I expected.
All right, Kongsun, if he could get a good shot on Catan, once the Sixth Sense
I don't know if he
off,
sees him.
yeah, well, both of them. There we go. Now he does.
The Catan can actually win this fight because of the tank husk and the rocks. Kongsun actually probably just needs to leave. That's his best bet here, I think.
Yeah.
He wants to kill Hades, actually. I think that's what he's looking at. Look at this. Catan is so well protected. Kongsun can never win this fight.
From that private death?
Yeah.
Ooh, Sunbo is going to be caught off guard. Hades, Anti-Lock kills off.
Oh, man. Anti-Lock's still alive.
What is going on? Sunbo does go down. Now it is a 3v3.
Anti-Lock could actually kill Catan now as well.
I don't even know where he is. He's like this ninja. Okay, no, Catan does kill him.
Okay.
Oh.
This is actually a really close game. But I think that Super Noobs will actually take this.
Super Noobs may have the edge here.
Oh, this is so close. Rap can get the kill, but he dies.
And Catan versus Kongsun?
Yeah, Catan is in such a good spot. And he's on the defense. Oh, they got him from behind, though.
Ironhide gets him from behind. Super Noobs go ahead and tie up the series. It is now 2-2. Wow. That was
really close.
That was really, really close.
So, wow, that was pretty... It was pretty like intense there for a second. I feel like the strategy we saw from the Immortals where they sent the tanks to the north and went around from the other side really disrupted what the Super Noobs had planned. Well, the Super Noobs' better mechanics won them out in the end, like Anti-Lock's ability to survive and then utilize that extra damage and just do so much for his team there was pretty impressive. But now we're going into steps.
I can't believe Anti-Lock was able to still kill off a tank with 3 HP from afar.
And he did a bit more damage than just killing that tank too as well.
It's so dangerous to keep someone like Anti-Lock still alive.
Yeah, that's why we always say like still alive, still a tank.
Yeah.
Still can scout, still can do damage. Now steps is the next map, and this map, I feel like there are a lot of strategies we see on this map, but it's not like a strategy-dependent map. It's not like a map where you go, oh, well, they hid in this one place and did this cool thing, and like no one saw that coming. It's more like, okay, well, you can play a little bit standard, or you can push a tank up the hill, or you can do a push to the west or the east. And the strategies you can do on this map are very basic. Now, maybe the Immortals can show us something that I've never seen on this map before, and take a win on it. But I have to give the edge now to the Super Noobs on this map specifically. I feel like strategy is kind of it's not like as powerful of a tool as it is on Himmelstorm or Mines.
As the mechanical aspect.
Like the accuracy, the positioning, the focus fire, those are the things that really matter on steps. And those are the things that we got to see from the Immortals if they're going to take wins here. Not just like cool, flashy strategies, which were successful.
Which were really cool and flashy, and I enjoyed watching them. So, I don't know, I guess I'm a bit of I like the gimmicks. I like the cute strategies. I still am not a fan of the King of the Hill strategy on steps where they push up the STB or the RU-251 up there. Yeah,
it still seems a bit questionable for me too. To be honest, like it was really cool last season and it found a lot of success, and also people left like after like a few minutes when it wasn't really working out. They just like left, whereas no one seems to be leaving this season. And I don't know. I also just personally don't really like to watch it as much. I prefer like the brawls or like more like positional fights than like having a tank on the mountain, just kind of like hoping to get shots. Personally, don't enjoy it as much, but we'll see what these guys have planned.
Hey, strategy is strategy. So I think the game is going to be loaded, and we are going to head on to steps. Welcome, everyone. Score is tied 2-2. This is set number 5, Super Noobs versus the Immortals, and we are now on steps.
All right, here we go. 6 Object 140s and an SPG for Super Noobs. 4 and 2, the 2 being the EF5 for the Immortals, and a 1390. So this could be a very aggressive game that ends quickly. We'll see how they decide to position themselves.
We will see that indeed. I'm going to assume Hades on 1390.
Now
Interesting. I don't think we've ever really seen him on the.
Yeah, not really.
Not really.
Yeah, not really, not too often. But with Tang on the SPG, we've seen him play this before, just earlier. He did quite well with it.
Yes, he did.
But it also means he's missing for a battle.
Oh gosh, Sunbow, Anti-Lock, they are getting caught out. As the Immortals all travel as a pack over towards the eastern side of the map. They're going to go... This looks like what the Horsemen did earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Taking some shots here. Oh, this is, I feel like a pretty good position overall for Super Noobs, but I want to see if that SPG gets hit. So I think that's what I'm trying to focus on the most right now. Even spacing out a little bit as I do it. Hades is trying to find some snipe shots here. Very vulnerable, though, if he gets spotted.
I mean, at this point, they could throw the one Object 140 into base capture number 1. There's, like, nobody over there. I think that's something that they might do.
They might be doing that right now.
Yeah, I think that is, because no one's over there right now, because obviously through the fights. Yes, there we go.
Is he going to stay in there, though? That's the question. I don't think he is. I think he's just passing through.
Even if he stays in there, I think that will cause the rest of Immortals to head up, at least try to stop this. Hien is the one he's going to stay in there, try to get all the tanks up so that everyone else is able to defend it or pick off the tanks of the Immortals.
Yeah, but they need to reposition themselves a little bit more if that's their plan. I think they're actually going to try to charge up to the northeast, perhaps off of a move like this, just based on their movement right now. Okay, they're going through the middle. This is a weird game.
Yeah, it is.
Because I don't know if I can really agree with Super Noob's strategy here. Hien's just going to leave now as he sees Sun running towards him.
Well, as soon as he knows that he's able to get all the Immortals up north, leaves his teammates free in the southern part of the map to really position themselves.
He's going to hide in the depression in the middle of the map, like where he's safe underneath these little hills. And he gets away, but didn't accomplish much. And the Super Noobs are significantly down in hit points now. And they don't have any E5s to back them up in a straight-up fight either.
Yep, this is all about mobility here. Like you said, Tang is just kind of going to do his own thing from afar. It's just a bunch of Object 140s right now.
Ricky looking down as well from support, or for support. Hades getting a lot of information right now and has still not been spotted.
Yep.
This is a big problem for the Super Noobs. But looks like they might be figuring out where he is now. At least if they don't figure it out by walking into him, they will in a second. The Sixth Sense has gone off, and Hades should die momentarily.
There's Hades. Yes, Sunbow sees him, and he wants to make sure that he can get rid of this threat. Little pest, go away, 1390. Oh, there we go. Again, surprise kills Hades. He does go down. That's the first casualty of this map.
But the Super Noobs still didn't gain much ground. They did kill that one tank that was spotting them and giving so much information to the Immortals. But now what's the next plan? Now what's the next step here? Position-wise, I have to give the Immortals the advantage because they are spread well. They have 2 E5s. And Tang hasn't done much for them at all. So it's like a 6v6 basically, even though Hades died. And their tanks are healthier.
Yep. That is very true. This is, again, a slow game. 5 minutes and 33 seconds left. We're almost at the halfway point of this game. And Super Noobs really need to do something.
Yeah. Okay. They're actually going to sneak their way through the center of the map towards capture point number 1. I think that the Immortals are starting to figure this out. I'm not sure which player it is, but one Object 140 is very near capture point number 2.
Oh, goodness, that actually surprised me. That was Tang.
Tang taking a shot at Rap. Misses, though. That Object 140 is giving vision for Tang to fire at these tanks. That's what he's doing. I'm not sure which player it is. I really want to know. Okay, it's Sunbow.
Sunbow, there we go. Sunbow does a little bit of damage.
He's just trying to get vision so that the SPG actually can do something for them. A long, long reload time right now, though, on that SPG currently. I still wish we had that in our UI. It's still missing, but...
Me too. That's all right. This new UI is not too bad.
It's much better in most ways, for sure. I like the way the consumables are shown as well. And also we get to see when the treads and stuff are damaged. Now, oh, nearly the Sirius is hit here.
Oh, using that depression in the ground is great. That terrain really helped him out.
Now, base capture is ongoing here. It won't be for very long.
82 seconds on the base capture. 4 minutes left in the game.
And at this point, I mean, again, a slight lead to the Immortals, but they need to deal with this base capture now. Finally, Sunbow, the little thorn in their side, is removed, which means that's basically like killing 2 tanks right now, though, because Tang is now exposed and is not getting vision. Anti-Lock will be chased away, and they might be able to find Tang here.
Okay, well, Anti-Lock, we can see he is going to go and join the rest of the team. He's going to head up this road, make sure he can get over to base capture number 1 area.
Ooh, they see these two Object 140s are out of position. They're going to try to take a fight to the north where they have the 1 tank advantage.
All right, Sirius is going to be their target right now.
There we go. They're surrounding him now. Unreal Rogue and Rap, though, coming to join. And this is going to be the game-deciding moment right here, right now.
They need to take these shots. At least focus fire onto 1 tank.
The Sirius is the target, as mentioned before.
No,
Hien doesn't focus, though.
Yeah,
he
everyone
shoots
is
at
kind of at different tanks. Okay, Sirius finally does go down. These tanks need to start focus firing and picking off tanks one by one as a team.
Okay, Sun's going to be the next target. The rest of the objects are back, though. It's an even fight here. Hien goes down. Sun goes down. Very, very close game right now. Kong Sun goes down next. I think the Immortals actually, they might have a slight lead here, just slightly.
I really feel that way, too. Just the positioning right now.
It's a 4v3 because the M4043 is not helping out.
No,
it's not useful.
Not. I mean, one by one, it's going down. Ricky is the last actual tank, like the mobile tank left.
Oh! Tang gets a kill, though!
That was great.
And Ricky finishes him off. Now, this is going to get crazy.
Catan versus Ricky here.
But Tang's still reloading. Oh, man. Can Tang kill
Catan?
He's an SPG on attack.
That would be absolutely ridiculous if he could.
Now he's trying to figure out his best angle here. He has no vision, unfortunately.
Oh, my God.
Another shot in a second. He'll probably take it. Unfortunately, he's not aiming the right way at all.
No, he is not, and...
I think it's going to take him 2 shots to actually kill Catan if he can. And Catan only has to live for 90 seconds and the game's over. Tang has to kill him. It's the only way this game ends and Super Noobs winning it.
I love how the Katana is just going to drive around as far away as possible to make sure he doesn't get hit. Yeah, like you said, 70 seconds and they win the game.
Yeah. Only like maybe EL would like actually go to kill Tang right now. But like Katana's not taking any chances. The Immortals are like, we're gonna beat Super Noobs today. I feel like they've got the momentum in their favor so much right now.
This is crazy. Yeah, Katana's just going to stay inside a bush quietly for 50 more seconds. I just don't see Tang being able to find him.
There's no way. He has no vision. He has no spotter. He has no way to find him. The map is
so
too big,
far
it's too
away.
open.
Yep.
There's too many places to hide as well on the edges. So in 35 seconds, that will be a win for the Immortals.
Wow, taking the lead again. What is going on tonight?
It's crazy. It's actually insane. 20 seconds to go. There's no conceivable way he finds him. And even if he does, he needs to take 2 shots. He doesn't have... The game is over now, literally, because Tang cannot kill him in 1 shot, and he will not be able to reload a 2nd shot. And guess what? That cannot ram. That's too slow. Its acceleration is too slow. It will not actually be able to do any ram damage.
Is he gonna really
it's like physically impossible.
All right. He's like, well, let me start this base capture at least.
Not happening. Immortals take that win, take that 3-2 lead.
And actually ran out the clock. That's amazing.
I think that is the first time we saw the clock run out all season that I can think of. I can't think of a single time that actually happened.
This season?
Yeah.
Yeah, this season. I think that was the first one.
We saw it many times last season, but this season it was like the first time with our new 10-minute timer. So wow. He got the kill earlier.
He did.
I was like,
that was pretty sick.
If he got a shot earlier and turned the tide of the battle a little bit faster, they could have won that. Or they would have won that game.
That's so weird. I can't believe that just happened.
But the Immortals still need 2 more wins to seal this out, and we're gonna have our final map on steps. See if Super Noobs can tie it up before we go into Prokhorovka, and or if the Immortals can go on a match point to go into Prokhorovka.
This is definitely not how I expected the series to go.
Nope, neither did I. I don't think anybody expected that. Now, if the Super Noobs lose, they can no longer win 3 points from this game. They will only be able to win by tiebreaker.
Oh gosh, yeah.
So, pretty stressful. The Immortals are like just pulling out all the stops, doing crazy strategies.
I can't believe that. Like I said, just after having seen how they played during first set, how are they this like super mega team now?
It's tough to say. I don't know what's going on, but they're playing. Something has changed. They're warmed up. I don't know, Susie, but I kind of like it. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can do.
Definitely keeps things interesting, I have to say.
So, almost all tanks are locked in now. One tank remains, Unreal Rogue. Actually, no, two tanks, Unreal Rogue and Catan. Once they lock in, we will be good and set to go. Now, I wonder if the Immortals will play a similar lineup with two E5s, or if they're going to go all objects now that they're actually on the attack themselves.
Do you think Tang is going to use that SPG again?
I don't think so on the defense, but it's hard to say because we've seen people use SPGs on this map on both sides. It seems to be like a really stylistic choice. I think it's definitely better on the attack because the defensive team ends up being like more stationary, so you can hit more tanks that way. But I think I would say no, probably not. But he could still do it. It's like
probably not, but maybe yes.
I'd say like probably not is as close as I could say. Like there's a chance he'll still do it, but probably not. I think he will switch it.
Okay. All right. Well, we're waiting on the Immortals again. Make sure that
they have to like calm down, like in the house, like high five, I'm like, yeah, we beat the Super Noobs. Like it's like really high pitched. Like neighbors are like, what's going on in there? It's like 1 a.m. But yeah, I think I think that the Immortals could do this. I'm getting kind of excited. I'm getting a little bit hyped. I'm like, I thought they had very little chance. I mean, little to no chance. Like if this was like one of those like surveys where it's like question number 7.B is like, what do you think about the Immortals' chance of beating Super Noobs on Monday night? I'll be like, and it's like a scale from like 1 to 10. That's 1 is like very little to no chance. 2 is like somewhat of a chance, etc. All the way to 10 is like I think they will win for sure. I would have said very little to no chance, but here we are. They're in the lead.
Proving you wrong once again. Immortals have 3 and Super Noobs have 2, and now we are going to go on to this final game on steps. Welcome back, guys. Like I said before, Immortals with 3, Super Noobs with 2. This is set number 6, and Immortals are on the attack.
Super Noobs are bringing in STB1 to the playing field and 1 E5, 4 140s and RU251. The Immortals, again, with the strats, they've got 1 E5, 4 140s, a 1390, and a Leopard 1. Never even seen that tank yet this season. And it is a tier 10 medium. I don't know much details about it, to be honest with you.
German tier 10 medium tank.
Okay. Just looking at it, because I'm like, I studied a lot when we got this new format, because I didn't know as much about the tier 10 tanks, but this was not one I encountered.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. I mean, I would say it's similar to the Batchat in terms of speed.
Okay.
Got great view range and pretty good depression, so yeah. But it's also, the armor is just as weak as a Batchat as well.
Oh, that's scary.
Yes.
Huh.
So this is basically, it needs to be very mobile, needs to kind of just go around and shoot. I think that's the story.
Seems smart for the attack side, and they've rushed capture point number 1. Oh, what? They're going to use its speed to push it up onto the attack. We've seen a strategy like this only one time this season. I actually don't think he's going to make it.
No, I don't think so either.
I don't think he's going to make it.
It looks like he's going to fall off to the side, actually.
And I think that the Super Noobs are starting to figure this out.
Yes, I think so too, and they should start shooting at him. I would like to see...
Is he going to make it?
I don't know. Is he going to make it?
No! He didn't make it! Oh, he didn't make it! Are they going to try again? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Lose so much time. No, they are.
Oh, my goodness. Nerves are running high right now for the Immortals. They're up 3-2 versus such a great team.
Super Noobs need to capitalize on this.
It's a risk that the Immortals are taking right now, but it may pay off. A shot was fired nearby. Oh!
Yeah, they definitely know what's going on.
They know what's up now.
Because nobody's showing up to the party.
And Tang will get the confirmation hit. Oh, no, he misses again. Oh. They're still not sure. They're still not sure.
No, I'm pretty sure. They're very, very close. They're going to keep hitting that same spot because Catan will be there in just a moment.
Oh, my God. This is so silly.
This is ridiculous.
He's almost up there. He's almost up there.
I can't believe that they're still trying to do this.
Not a single hit has connected, though.
I can't believe that.
I think he's up. I think he's up.
I don't know.
I think he's up.
He's gonna fall off. He's getting hit now.
Oh, Sun took some damage as well.
Oh,
It's time to abort.
no.
It's time to abort.
As everyone comes tumbling down the rail. Oh my goodness. Well, that was interesting.
Now we understand why they use the leopard. It's faster and it can try to push its way up. The key word here being try. I almost feel like that was like an experiment we just watched live in a pro game. Like, well, we know the leopard can go up the other hill, but can it go up this hill? Like, we don't have time to figure this out. We're up 3-2. Let's use the strat. The Immortals has got a new fan today, and it's me, because I'm like, they are trying everything. They are breaking all the rules. Everything we once understood about how these maps work, they're changing it.
That's pretty ridiculous. I feel like Super Noobs should capitalize on that. Knowing that all the tanks are going to be pushing, why couldn't they have just gotten a little bit closer to be a little more accurate?
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that's one of those things where you just only counter it that much, you're like not sure what the best answer is. You know what I mean? It's like, should we just go over there? Like, are they going to try this again? There's no way they tried it again. Oh, they're trying it again.
They're trying it again.
Yeah.
That was something. All right, so that kind of cut 4 minutes out of our gameplay already. And the Immortals, they need to come up with another plan. And the plan shouldn't be to press the Catan up the mountain again.
No. Shame that we don't have 4 maps in this anymore. You know, I like both formats a lot, but like in a moment like this, I always think like, if we had the old format, maybe we could actually see this again. You know, like maybe we'd see them try it again.
And see it succeed?
Yeah, and see how the game would change. Almost like a parallel universe or something.
Yeah.
But
in our parallel universe, it actually happened. So parallel universe, Susie and Wolf are now casting the game with the leopard all the way on top.
That's right, and then we'd be able to tell you guys how that works. But in this universe, I can't tell you what happens.
Nope, not at all. I have blonde hair in the other universe, you know.
Yeah, and I don't have a beard. I'm clean shaved, and I'm like I have like a buzz cut.
I have like blonde spiky hair over there. That's my like alter ego.
You like wear a tie and I don't like.
You're actually wearing the blouse.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
It's like a really weird universe over there.
All right.
Well, this is one of those things that are as weird as the leopard actually being on top of the top of the cliff. But yeah.
That's pretty weird.
Now, while we were making jokes about parallel universes, Rap actually sustained quite a bit of damage. He's nearly destroyed, in fact.
Yeah, he was hiding behind a rock for a while. Here's Hien on the RU-251. Again, just kind of he sees them all coming. He's like, oh boy, I need to get out of here. Lets his team know.
Yeah, but I don't think the Immortals can actually really utilize this position anymore unless they're going to try to use this as a diversion to capture base number 1. Because C3, there's the leopard's up there on like A3. He's not too far away.
Did he just like push himself up?
I think he's like where we used to have the IS3 hide
yeah.
last season. In between a small little rack formation, you can just drive up there yourself. It'll really mess up your treads, like be careful. You know, make sure you've got 4-wheel drive if you're going up there on like a ATV or something, but the problem for the Immortals here really is we're not looking at like normally if we were at this position in this game we'd be like at 7 minutes left, but now we're at like 4 minutes left.
Yeah,
so,
we're under 4 minutes left now.
Like if this was last season, we'd have 45 seconds left for them to actually be capturing this. So.
Well, then I'm sure they would have tried to push that tank.
Probably
up
not.
twice.
Probably not. That'd be like the 3rd parallel universe, but let's not get too deep. Ironhide taking 1 shot here, 2 shots. He's really like sacrificing himself to scout here. What in the world?
Why?
Disconnect, most likely.
I'm going to assume there was a disconnect.
That was weird.
That was.
I think that was
strange.
lag.
Yeah.
We actually had Ironhide disconnect earlier. If you guys are tuning in recently, so that would also further the theory.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say it.
Well, I mean, let's not get too deep on that. We'll probably get confirmation of that after the game.
Right.
But this does give a little bit more,
of an edge
like,
to Immortals.
Yeah, like the Super Noobs were massively ahead before that happened, and now the Immortals are like almost even with them. So they're like, what?
Yeah. All right. Well, here we go. Again, under 3 minutes now.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes for them to kill these tanks or capture this base. They're very close to the base capture point, but it looks like they want to go for elimination. RU-251 gets a shot off here.
Yep. Tom Hager, I think, is going to be the first. target for these Super Noobs tanks.
Hades is so far away. Him adding his fire would be so useful here, but he's so far away. Anti-Lock might die here before Hager does. Nope.
Oh, Hager goes down, and Anti-Lock. It's pretty much at the same time.
The Immortals need to rush in here. They can win this fight. They just need to get here, and they need to do it in 2 minutes.
Yes, they do. Immortals going to try to focus down. Who is it next? I think it's going to be Ricky.
Don't forget, during all of this, Hien is being chased. They cannot let him escape because he will, hide for those minutes and actually win them the game. They need to keep an eye on him. Okay, Hien, very, very low. Hades dies to the last, meanwhile. Okay, the last is the one that actually could escape. He actually is going the wrong way. He's like coming back to the battle. This battle is lost the last. You need to leave.
Yeah, he does.
If he escapes for 90 seconds, they could win this game.
Well, there are 4 tanks, which means they can still cap the base.
That's
There's
true.
Nothing.
They are
Last
pretty close.
Has to do something, either be eliminated or try to take out at least the Catan. Oh, Sun.
Well, the last will die, and the Immortals will now go to match point, and these Super Noobs can no longer win 3 points from this best of 9. The most they can hope for is 2. What a crazy series this turned out to be. The Immortals are going to win by an upset if they win just one more game.
I know.
One more game. Oh, did you see, by the way, if he was DC'd? I didn't see it. Now it's covered on my screen, so I can't. I'm really sad.
Let me take a look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is offline.
He is offline.
That really hurts.
I got his client crashed again.
His client
but you know,
I mean, that's not on.
Right, that's what I wanted to say is like he did have that internet issue. He was playing earlier and he insisted on playing again, knowing that his connection wasn't great. So even though...
It's like one of those sad things because it's an online tournament, so these things are going to happen, but that means you have to... It's not the TO's responsibility to organize your rig and your connection. It's your responsibility. And as sad as I am to say it, I mean, this game cannot be replayed because of that.
Yeah,
even though that was actually a deciding moment, basically, in this game where a whole tank was given away for free.
I know.
That's kind of crazy because this sort of situation doesn't really happen in team games, like in any other esport, where like a player can disconnect and then like they're gone forever in that.
Yeah.
Like it's like even different from like Counter-Strike too, because it's like a longer game. I feel sad.
All right. Well, moving on to the next one. We have Pro Korovka. Here is the map for it, the video.
All right, so let's jump into Pro Korovka. Could be the last map of the night if the Immortals are able to close this out. Now this map is very similar to our previous map, Steps. It's an open map. The big defining factors, though, of course, are that there is a village / little town, whatever you want to call it, on the east side of the map, and then there's a road to the west, right? This road right here that's covered by trees on both sides, and then on the side where the town is, on the east side, there's a railroad track, and where the railroad track meets the village is its lowest point, but every other point of the railroad track, it's kind of high. It's like taller than the tank, so you can hide behind it. But otherwise, the map is very open. Like, you see a lot of shots fired across it. We always say this map's really like Steps, but it's its own map, really. Like, it's very open, but it's got so much terrain that I guess the more that we see games on, the more I think it's, like, pretty different overall. All right, so...
Okay, yeah, the standing here, I think they've been talking to Super Noobs about how things have been going for the last game. Ironhide did get disconnected. However... because it happened while the game was already proceeding, they're going to have to stick with that 4-2 score.
And Ironhide accepts the terms. You know, he knows, he said that's fine.
Yeah.
He's okay with that happening because he knows that it's his issue. But he's back now.
It's unfortunate, but yeah, apparently he got blue screened right in the middle of the game. That's awful.
That is the worst. It's funny because people tell me they have blue screens all the time. I haven't had a blue screen since like 2006, but like it's still real. It's
you are lucky because having a blue, I guess not blue screen anymore for me. It's like black screen because it's the same thing. It just kind of all shuts down and you're like, no, I was in the middle of like, I had lethal or I had the kill or oh gosh. And then,
man. Yeah,
that always happens.
I had an internet connection problem earlier when I was in Hearthstone, and I clicked the escape button by mistake, and I left the game, and my connection came back, but I lost, and I was like winning the game. But anyway.
That's the worst feeling.
It is the worst feeling. But like on this topic, he's actually in the lobby as if he will be playing the next game. So he's back.
All right.
And they're accepting the risks, and they're still going to play him here.
Okay, well, I'm assuming that his computer has restarted. His router is restarted. Everything should be okay.
His brain is restarted. His mind is restarted. He's like one with the game now, hopefully.
Well, this could be the last game. If Immortals somehow tweak out a win here, then that's it. It's a huge upset tonight.
It really would be. It would be great for the Immortals to pick up. I always talk about like it's always important to get 3 points. You know, like 3 points is the best you can get. It's really important, but to get 3 points from one of the hardest teams is really good because it means when you face some of the earlier teams that you probably would have beaten anyways, or you might have beaten, or you had a better chance of beating. Those 3 points are easier to get. These are the hardest 3 points to get, and you're getting them. Well, not the hardest because Karen Tigers and Eel exist, but like one of the hardest 3 points to get. It's pretty important.
All right. Well, it looks like everyone is locked and loaded. We are going to head into this next game. This could be the Immortals' last one. Welcome to Pro Horovka. I said it. And this is set number 7. Super Noobs versus Immortals, and Immortals with 4 wins to Super Noobs 2. Let's take a look at the tanks.
Here we go. A bat shat on the map. It's Catan. 4 Object 140s and an E5. 2 E5s and a bat shat, actually, for Super Noobs. Filling the rest out with their Object 140s and the 251. What if this just ends up being a brawl? Let's see which way the Immortals go. Oh,
they're going to cross the railroad tracks and head over to the village.
Now the RU-251 is slightly faster than the T-54, so this will give some time for the Super Noobs to either abort their plan or to set up a good position. I have to give them the edge here based on that scouting information alone.
Oh my goodness. T-54 is going to still try to get rid of this threat.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be the fight. They're going to commit.
Are they committing to this?
I think so.
Oh, this is really dangerous.
Already a pretty big lead for Super Noobs, though. Just simply because they nearly killed Hades, and Tom Hager's in a bad spot.
Hades does go down anti-lock on that bat shot. He's going to be able to take that, deal out some damage.
Knows Catan's position here. I'm glad the Observer highlighted this because he's able to do so much damage over here for free. And then he's going to have plenty of space to reload while he's safe over there.
That is perfectly done. Ricky took a big hit. Some critical hits there.
Almost everyone's still alive, but the Sirius does go down.
Oh.
The Catan is so key right now. Once he's reloaded, he's MVP. Like, he's most valuable. He's MVT, most valuable tank. Oh, Sunbow's so low. This is such a close game.
I can't believe this.
Catan's just going to come in here.
And
he's going to take out Hien first.
But he has to wait for this reload. He's got one more second. He doesn't get it.
Oh, can he get this last shot?
Yes, he does. Hien goes down, and now it's still a 4v3.
I don't know if that was the wisest use of the Catan's rounds either, and now he's dead. And it looks like we're actually going to go to another game.
Wow. Yeah, I'm not sure how I felt about that brawl in terms of Immortals were not very positioned well. They weren't very prepared for it. I think they just kind of wanted to go in there and overwhelm them and finish off this series as fast as they can.
I think they got really excited because they killed, or they damaged Hien so significantly early on.
Yeah.
Is Sun just going to like carry and win the whole thing? No, he's not.
He's not. Oh, wow.
He got 2 kills there at the end, but it doesn't matter. And we're going to game 8. Let's see, all 8 games.
Oh my
played.
gosh, yeah. Huh. All right.
This is our second game 8 in a row. This almost never happens.
I'm really surprised at the fact that Immortals really rushed into that. I'm not sure if that was the best strategy, but I think they just got ahead of themselves, wanted to hurry up and win, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And it kind of backfired. So, next game.
Next game.
Final
game on Prokhorovka. And forgive me today, I'm looking at my observing screen a lot because we've had a lot of disconnects and things of that nature. And then I saw an old like replay file up on the screen that was on Murbank, and I'm like, oh, I'm all over the place. It's been a long night. It's almost 1 a.m. for us here now.
It has been a
It's
long night.
12:48 a.m. for us, so.
Like I said,
And you're sick too. I'm like,
my Theraflu
oh.
is totally wearing off at this point, and I may become delirious soon. I just want to let you know that.
Well, there's only a maximum of 2 games left, and the question is, are we going to that final game? Are we going to the tiebreaker? Can Super Noobs bring it back?
And go
or
to
are
Cliff?
the Immortals going to, or the Immortals, the fabled Cliff tiebreaker that we've never had, or are we going to have the Immortals close it out?
I don't know.
Based on the Cliff curse, I mean, I think they've got a good chance. But
we've actually never had a tiebreaker when it was Cliff picked as a tiebreaker, right?
yeah, last time we had it when your brother was here, I believe it was Prokhorovka or Ghost Town that ended up being the tiebreaker map. So. Yeah, that's the only tiebreaker we had this season, if I'm not mistaken. This could be the second one.
Yeah?
I mean, again, even though the Immortals played fantastically this series, most people would still give the edge to Super Noobs. So I think a lot of people out there are like, we're going there. I'm not so sure, though. I was convinced that this was going to be a very Super Noob-sided battle.
Me
but It just did
too.
not
I
end up
really,
being the
really
case.
thought so. But with all the different connection issues and things like that, yes, there's really not much we can. It's hard to predict, right? Especially the technical issue part of it. The game could have changed earlier if Ironhide didn't disconnect, right?
Yeah.
And hypotheticals, all these theory crafting.
That's right. So everyone's in the game now, though. This could be the last game of the night.
Could be, but we could also go to tiebreaker. So we will have to watch and see if that is the case. Let's go into game number 8. Welcome to game number 8. Super Noobs versus Immortals, and the score is 3-4. Immortals is on the attack, and this is match point.
All right. Tank list time. Whoa.
Ooh.
215Bs in there, Super Noobs. Bring the bat shat, 3 140s and RU-251 again on the defense side. And for the Immortals, 5 140s, a bat shat, and the T-54 lightweight. So similar tank lineups, but the 215B is really interesting. We'll see how they use that on the defense now.
All right, Super Noobs just crossing the railroad tracks and, you know, throwing some shells out there to make sure that they are alone. Ooh, look at that fancy riding.
The tier 8s did pass each other, but they didn't see each other. Nor did their sixth sense go off. So these two teams are going to miss each other, but this gives, I feel, the advantage to the Immortals because they will have control of the base capture zone. You know, they can set up and try to take it while the Super Noobs are still trying to figure things out. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to take that advantage because they don't know they have it yet. They will soon.
We can see that they have it. Here's Hien on the railroad tracks. He's going to see what he can find out about the other team here. Tom Hager, where are you going?
Well, he's actually, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. For 1 second there, I thought Tom Hager and Ironhide were the same person, like in my brain, and I was like, no, not again. I saw this once already. I don't want to see it again.
It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Well, he's just on the edge of that base capture now.
He is, and Sunbo is pretty close. I mean, I feel like he can... Oh, gosh.
So those railroad attacks we're talking about, this is, you know, we don't see them used all that often on this map anymore, but you can see how high up they are, so you really have to be careful about how you cross them. And when you do, you are revealed.
Yep, Sirius is going to go up to the high ground. He does get a little bit of damage onto Ironhide before coming back down again. And the base capture has started.
Okay. Now, this is a very close game. Ironhide's going to go for it. Ooh, this is risky. They know he's there.
The last is going to be there for backup, and I think Sirius knows that.
Oh, Sunbo actually gets a shot off on Sun as well on that 215B that's on the other side of the railroad tracks. How is that allowed to happen? I feel like the Immortals should really punish that.
That's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I'm like, why is Tom Hager right next to Sunbo and they're not doing anything about it?
Well,
Oh.
Sunbow's going to get a kill.
Yes, he did, and Sun goes down. Sunbow killing Sun.
The sun meets the sun. Now, 22 seconds to go here. The base capture zone itself is also not being attacked by Sunbow, which he could probably just turn around and sort of deny that, right?
Yeah, well, there's 13 seconds left. Immortals might go ahead and win this. Maybe if they throw one more tank in there.
Okay, here they come.
There they go. And now they will have to try to finish it off. Anti-lock is their target. Hien goes down as well.
This is not looking good for the Immortals.
No,
I
it's
think they
not.
really misplayed the dealing with the 2-1. Well, they just simply did not play it at all. Dealing with, like, Sunbow became the MVP of this game. He's like, he just walked in and nobody noticed. He was the spy.
He was this guy. But you know, right now, the focus firing is pretty good. Oh, I was going to say it was pretty good. And Immortals did have a little bit of the edge, but as the rest of the team...
Now they're focus firing Sunbow when they shouldn't be, and he's just absorbing all that damage. That's
okay.
why
He's done.
It's cool to see the 2-1-5B on this map.
Oh, it keeps becoming a 1v1, and now it's a 2v3.
Yep, Super Noobs have got this. Hades is going to be the first to fall.
And we're going to go into a tiebreaker.
We're going for it. It's happening.
That is craziness.
All right, well, there you guys have it. We're going to a tiebreaker.
Woo.
We're going to go to the last map. It will be Cliff, the fabled tiebreaker map that we never got to see before.
We finally get to see it. The score is now 4-4. No one can go home with 3 points at this point.
Now it's all about who's getting the 2 points, who's getting the 1 point. Now, I believe in just a minute we're going to show you guys a video of Cliff to kind of
Fill you in
on how this map looks. Now, don't watch this video with too much anticipation. Don't get too excited because
It's a
the map
pretty
is pretty
map.
basic. Yeah, it's pretty.
I like these videos, though. I mean, they do a really good job. The graphic in World of Tanks for the maps is, I think it's really well done. And, like, especially the sunlight and the storms and stuff like that. Just top notch.
Well, no wonder I see. Oh, did you see what I just saw? Remember I mentioned Borovanka in the replay earlier?
Yes.
It's because he put the files in the wrong folder.
Oh,
I'm going to tell him after this.
Oh, no.
It's not a big deal.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Cliff. So here is beautiful Cliff.
All right, so Cliff is, well, it's very pretty, as you mentioned. The map is very basic, as I mentioned before. It looks really cool. There's all this terrain. There's like multiple pathways that you could take and stuff, but nobody takes those pathways. Everyone heads towards the middle of the map, which is called the arena, as we have dubbed it, because that's where all the battles take place every single time. And we have basically a long, drawn-out fight there in the center of the map, right in between those cliffs. An STB-1 will sit on one of those cliffs. Maybe a Bat Shack comes on the side, but everything else is Object 140s and occasionally 430s.
Yep.
And the team that wins that battle wins the game. No one ever touches a capture point.
I was gonna say when people explain this map to me, I was like, why wouldn't they go for the capture? I've never seen any of the capture points.
No one goes for the
especially the one
captures.
in the north.
No one ever takes the path on the right side of the map or the left side of the map. It looks like, oh, it could take the sneaky route across. No, nobody ever does that.
No, we've seen it. I mean, I guess when there's a big brawl in the arena, then some of them will escape to the road on the right.
Yeah, but like nobody goes, okay, our team's plan is to send our tanks down the left or the right side pathways, like the east or the west side, far east, far west.
If they do go far left, far west, then it's just so that they can cut across into the arena.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you go on the far west side and you wanted to push that way, if you don't have control of the arena, then you're going to be stuck in a small area where you can't really maneuver yourself and you're going to get crushed by tanks that find you there. If you take the far east road, it takes a lot longer time to get to that base capture point. Well, I mean, not a lot longer, but significantly longer, and you're also on an exposed pathway where you could take fire. Now, I feel like there will come a day where we do see teams use this because no one ever expects it, so no one's ever looking down those roads, but so far it's just been, I mean, like we've seen probably 20 games or more on this map this season, and every single one has been just a big fight,
So I guess we could expect a big fight for game number 9 then.
Yes.
Yes. And I think they're still deciding who's going to be on attack and defense right now, so we'll know that when we get into the game. But on this map, do you think there's more of an advantage being on one side or the other?
No. Yes, actually, I think the defense side has a slight advantage when it comes to how this map is played, but not massively. Just because if both teams get there at the same time and the defense team sets up at the same time as the attack team sets up, if the attack team tries to approach where the defense team is set up, they have a better location to defend. And obviously the time works in their favor as well, so sometimes that can get a little bit weird.
Okay.
But it's pretty rare that I would ever think, he fixed the replay.
He did, actually.
That was really stressing me out for no reason.
I think after you said it, he heard you through the microphone.
Oh, so for some reason that was stressing me out a little bit, but actually, like, it's totally fine.
Now you feel a lot better?
I feel a lot better, yeah.
We can go into this.
I'm like, what if there was a dispute on that map and they couldn't ever find the files because it was in the wrong name? Okay.
Anyway, this is so this is exciting.
This is the final map. Like, there's no more games after this. This is it. This is the last game. This decides everything.
So we need to really savor this last game because this is the last one that you're gonna have of the year, and then we'll see you guys back next year.
That's right.
Basically,
the last WGL APAC-ASIA Gold Series tiebreaker map of the year. The last map in general
of 2015. That's actually kind of crazy.
It all comes down to this: an epic finale.
This is an epic finale.
All players are in the lobby.
Yep. This is a day that we just did not expect to happen. We are waiting for everyone. Oh, who DC'd now?
Someone DC'd.
Ah.
Okay, they're back and they're ready though. Who DC'd? We don't have time for this. We've got Game 7. The map is loading.
No, it's Game 9.
Game 9. Too much StarCraft casting. Game 9.
All right. The score is 4-4. It looks like Super Noobs are going to be on the attack. We are heading into Cliffs for game number 9. Welcome to the final game of the year, ladies and gentlemen. This is set number 9. We have Super Noobs versus Immortals. Super Noobs going to attack. Here are our tanks.
1 STB apiece, 4 Object 140s for Super Noobs, 3 for the Immortals, a Batshat each. And the difference being 2 Tier 9 T-54s for the Immortals and 1 RU-251 for the Super Noobs.
Uh-oh. I think we are disconnected. This is so anticlimactic.
Someone on Super Noobs needs to upgrade the internet, upgrade that PC.
I think he needs an upgraded PC.
Maybe gotta, take, maybe get first place in this tournament, take some prize money, put that on the new PC. Maybe try out that whole newfangled Windows 10 thing that I haven't tried yet.
I actually have it. I kind of like it.
You like it?
Maybe
I should get that.
Windows 10
is it good for games? I'm always worried about that.
Windows 10 is definitely an upgraded version of, what was it before? Windows 8? No, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I was like, for most people, they're like...
Yeah, Windows 8.
Yeah, well, okay, if you can go straight from 7 to 10. Windows 8 was like, we don't like to talk about it.
I know, well, okay, so my computer just came with Windows 8. I had no choice. And I actually wanted to ask them for for 7, right? And then they're like, you have to pay extra if you want Windows 7.
Yeah, let's see this happen sometimes.
And I sat there going, but the Windows 8 came with a free upgrade to 10. And I actually do enjoy
Mine has a free upgrade. I'm on 7, but I'm always worried about, like, does it run games well? So I'm, like, really scared about it. And
it's not bad. It really, really isn't bad.
When you upgraded it, like, this is a weird question, but, like, was it just, like, really easy? Did you have to, like, leave your computer on for, like, 2 hours and it was done? And then everything was in the same place? Like, I'm like, scared.
Everything was in the same place. I don't remember how long that upgrade took. But, when I got back to it, everything was exactly in the same place as before. Have no problems playing games. And,
Maybe I should do it. Maybe I should do it tonight.
Are you going to...
It's for the New Year's resolution.
The New Year resolution, Windows 10. Welcome to 2015. Wait. You're like a year late, but it's okay.
All right, so the tank's going to be the same as we already just mentioned before, so not to get too much into that. But RU-251 is interesting for the Super Noobs. Are they on attack? I didn't actually check that fast
Super
enough.
Noobs are going to be on the attack.
Okay, so that would make sense because it gives you a little bit more vision of the defense team because the defense team gets there faster, as I mentioned before. So that's kind of cool. Otherwise, the tank lineups are pretty much the same. And like Both teams have one Batshot and one STB. The Batshot is going to be the most important tank, so keep your eyes out for that, Tanks fans, because that's going to be the one that's the game changer. If it dies early or if it gets a ton of kills, it's NT lock. We already know that. What can get done? And for the Immortals, it's going to be the Catan, as usual. So keep an eye on those two players. They may even end up fighting each other on the side of the map, like trying to get into position.
I really like that when they, so we've also seen how they would take the two T-54s and kind of place them away from the arena, like a different position, and shoot from afar. So we'll have to see what they decide to do. Okay, this is going to be it. This is the last game of the year. We're getting ready. Let's get into set number 9. Welcome to Cliff, guys. The score is tied 4-4, and actually, the Immortals are the ones on the attack. Maybe that was the mistake before.
That could have been the issue.
Then they changed it up. Immortals will attack first, and here are the tanks. Like you said, it's going to be the exact same lineup, just swap sides.
Yep. So, just taking a look at these tanks again. Making sure everything is the same, and that wasn't a problem either. Okay, everything is the same. The Batshat is going to the west.
Yeah, it is. It's all by itself. I'm a little worried. Catan is going to head over there. Again, it is a faster tank, so I understand why he would.
All right, so just taking a closer look at this. Ricky is in a good spot to do some damage, but he has to choose a target. The second he fires, he'll be revealed, but Unreal Rogue is looking for him too. Oh, he found him.
He found him. Unreal Rogue definitely found him.
Remember, this is a huge upset, guys, if Super Noobs lose this. Oh, Ricky coming around the corner here. He's still alive. Unreal Rogue, he's looking at him. They're going to duel, but I think Unreal Rogue will actually have the advantage if he looks right at him, the way the STB armor works.
Yeah, getting rid of that Batshot fast is going to be a complete benefit to the team.
Okay, Sumbo taking a lot of damage here. The Immortals 1,000 hit points ahead. Catan finding an angle here as well, but he gets spotted.
He gets spotted.
He's got 1 round left. Probably just want to start that reload timer at this point.
Yeah, he needs to pull back a bit. Unreal Rogue does take a bit of damage. Hien hits him from afar on that RU-251.
All right, another shot fired here. Super Noobs take a hit point lead.
Everything's so silent. I'm like, this is a really stressful game. This is the last one.
Oh, Unreal Rogue. See, that's why the STB, that's why you run 1, because if it takes that frontal damage, it doesn't take damage at all.
Oh, gosh. Hien doing a big damage. He's just an annoying little bug from afar.
Yeah. All right. Just jumping over to Unreal Rogue suddenly. The Catan is fully reloaded. As you can see him in the distance, he's repositioning himself. He's going to try to blow them all up from behind.
Oh, wow.
He's sneaking around.
Yeah, he is.
He could also drive through the capture point, which would cause a ton of disarray.
I think that's what he's going to do, actually. This is the first time we've seen this. He's going to sit in the capture point.
The very first time anyone has ever touched, like, history has been made tonight. First time anyone will touch a capture point. He hasn't touched it yet.
Oh, he should.
He's changing his mind. He's moving away.
He's moving away.
Catan, you could have made history. He's like, listen to our commentary. He's like, I'll touch the capture point. He could have done it, but he's going to come from behind. Actually, probably what happened there was they were like, he was like, I think I'm going to touch it. And they were like, no, actually, no. Let's just come and surprise them. Like, I think there was like a moment of like discord.
All right, he's going to find, oh, yes, that's a great hit on Hien. Tom Hager got...
Actually, I don't know if that was worth it for the Catan because Hien is well protected and he's alone. And this actually puts the rest of his team out of position. As soon as they found out that he was missing, the Super Noobs engaged because they knew, okay, their damage is missing and they can't hit us from there.
Hades is going to be the next one to go down. Super Noobs got this.
Son, Hades down. Super Noobs have won this game.
Wow.
But the base capture is happening, so history was made.
He should have gotten in there a lot faster.
Well, I think he should have just prioritized a different target. Hien was vulnerable, but he was too far away, and he broadcast to the world when he made that one shot that he was not going to be able to give any support fire for his team.
Yep, and you're right. As soon as that happened, Super Noobs pounced, and they took this chance. Rap is going to go down, and I think Catan will as well, and then the Super Noobs will do it. They're going to win in a tiebreaker. A come-from-behind win, mind you.
Yeah, they came back.
That is crazy.
Amidst the chaos, amidst the disconnects, the Immortals taking a lead in a match most people would have believed they would have lost 0-5.
Wow.
They made it all the way to tiebreaker. It's a bit of a sad story in the end, too, that they weren't able to win, but this means Super Noobs will pick up 5 points.
5 points
5 points tonight, and that will actually put them above EL Gaming.
No way. All right, well,
Yeah.
we'll have to take a look at the rankings. I know they're doing some calculations over there. We'll take a look in just a second. But wow, that was something else. I really didn't expect our very last cast of 2015 to go all the way to a tiebreaker on Cliff, nonetheless.
Yeah. Wow, pretty crazy. Yeah, I feel like the Immortals had a good plan on every game, and that's really what I want to say about like their play today. I'm like, they had really good strategies, especially in their games versus Super Noobs.
All right, well, let's take a look at the results for today. We had match number 1, Horsemen versus Immortals. Horsemen easily won that 5-0. Then Super Noobs versus Horsemen. That was a little tougher. That was 5-3. And then Super Noobs versus Immortals, 5-4. And for you guys watching this, and if you haven't seen all the games, it somehow logically doesn't make sense, but it happened.
And also, this never happens. Like, we almost never have tiebreakers. This is our second one this season. Crazy. History was made.
I'm really, like, just everyone played against each other. But all right, I'll have to go home and think about it. I'm not delirious yet, right? Like,
Yeah,
this
you're fine.
actually
You're
happened?
fine. You're fine.
Okay.
This is real.
All right. Well, again, then let's take a look at the rankings. We have, so far, you're right, Super Noobs at number 1. They have 23 points.
And let me just clarify, this has never happened
I'm
in
so
APAC-ASIA for EL
confused.
Gaming to not be in first place. This is real. Now, mind you, EL did not show up for one of the matches last week. If they had won that, they'd still be ahead by 1 point, but they didn't.
They didn't.
And Super Noobs are in first place.
This is
the world we live in.
weird. Okay. So then EL Gaming 21, Horsemen with 15 points.
Ahead of Karen
Yeah,
Tiger.
Karen Tiger's dropping to 4th with 13 points now. B Gaming with a solid 8, Immortals with 4. That gives them an edge to the PvP Super Friends with 3 points, and Team Efficiency still yet to put any points on the board, but now we have a definitive 1st through 8th place ranking system.
That's right. Now, the Immortals saved themselves for now from being knocked into the Silver Series with that extra point. So they're at 4 points to the 3. So that at least getting the tiebreaker there really did help them out overall. Every point matters in this league.
That's crazy. Now, the next matchup is not going to be Thursday, but we're going to go ahead and do that on January 4th. It is going to be Monday next week. Make sure you guys have a very nice week of celebration and family time. But on Monday next week, we're going to have the PvP Super Friends versus Team Efficiency. So that's the bottom 2 teams are going to face off against each other. B Gaming versus Karen Tiger. We are back to the round robin now, where we have the 2 Japanese teams facing off one another. And then the Immortals versus B Gaming. So it's going to be B Gaming's day for a doubleheader next Monday, January 4th at 8 p.m. That's UTC +8, or 9 p.m. if you are in Korea. That's KST at 9 p.m.
That's right. So it should be some good matches. And yeah, like I said, we're now in our second round robin. So it's now or never for all these teams. They really need to push it.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for staying up with us very late. Incredibly surprising games tonight. And we will see you in the new year. So enjoy your week, and we'll see you on Monday. Bye.